Oh my goodness. So, in order to make this list, I had to rewatch the Star Wars prequels in granular detail. To say the least, that was quite a painful experience, so you're welcome, everybody. And while it's been just about 24 years since The Phantom Menace was first released, and 18 years since Revenge of the Sith was first released, it seems like the Star Wars prequels are getting back into the minds of a lot of people these days, with somehow, some way, many people thinking they were actually good. Well, I don't like revisionist history, and the fact of the matter is, these are terrible movies, and we're here to put a spotlight on that with this list. Now, when I first conceived of this idea, I thought maybe I'd get 20, maybe 30, about 10 per movie, perhaps even 50 lines of dialogue to put together. It turns out I had to cut over 100 lines just to get down to a top 100. Anyone that's watched any kind of Star Wars prequel content on YouTube knows that the undisputed kings are the people over at Red Letter Media, especially the Mr. Plinkett reviews. Again, you are the undisputed king, and we are happy just to be part of this discussion with you. There are going to be some things in this countdown that look familiar, as they will have appeared in a Plinkett video. Now, some of this is just natural. There's so much bad in the Star Wars prequels that there's going to be some crossover. But there are a few instances where a Plinkett video specifically brought to mind something that I may not have otherwise noticed. When that happens, credit will be given. Now, throughout this top 100, most of these are going to be simple lines of dialogue spoken by an individual character. However, like Qui-Gon Jinn, sometimes I had to cheat. There are some exchanges taking place between multiple characters. Sometimes, dialogue are chained across scenes in order to make a greater point. So, in reality, there's kind of more than 100 pieces of dialogue in this video. There are many conceptual issues with these movies that don't necessarily include dialogue. And while we might be referencing these issues throughout this countdown, we are sticking to the dialogue. In order to maintain my sanity, I thought it might be a good idea to take a look at some of the good lines in the prequel trilogy, and there are some. Palpatine gives us a couple of lines that would be really good as standalone lines, but kind of lose their favor when taken into the greater context. Here's the first one.
We are sending all troops to meet this army assembling near the swamp. It appears to be made up of primitives.
This will work to our advantage.
I have your approval to proceed then, my lord?
Wipe them out. All of them.
The delivery here is undeniable. Ian McDiarmid is by far the best thing in the prequel trilogy, and when he says wipe them out, all of them, it sounds great. The problem with this line is that the battle they're about to engage in should never happen. The other problem is, once you see the battle, they're not wiping them out. They're taking prisoners. So it loses some of its luster, but we still will not deny the delivery. Of course, that came from The Phantom Menace. Now we're going to take a look at one given in Revenge of the Sith.
The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
The rest of this conversation between Palpatine and Anakin at the opera, I guess, is a bit silly and does provide for some of our bad lines of dialogue. But this particular line, we'll give Lucas credit, is good, and as usual, Ian McDiarmid's delivery of it is pitch perfect, and it became one of the more quotable lines of the prequel trilogy, so this one gets a thumbs up. In Attack of the Clones, when Anakin is discussing the bad dreams he's having about his mother with Obi-Wan, Obi-Wan gives us a very brief but excellent character moment. Let's check this out.
You look tired. I don't sleep well anymore. Because of your mother? I don't know why I keep dreaming about her. Dreams pass in time.
One of the biggest problems with the prequel trilogy, if not the biggest problem, is the relationship between Anakin and Obi-Wan. It never really truly feels like they care about each other or even like each other. But in this particular instance, with 4 simple words, dreams pass in time, we see that Obi-Wan is providing mentorship, does care about Anakin. Unfortunately, they can't carry it out through the rest of the trilogy, and this one particular moment does not override all of that. But for what it was enjoyable. There were a couple of lines in The Phantom Menace that, while maybe not good, did give me a little bit of a chuckle. Here are those 2 lines.
There's always a bigger fish.
We will find your lost ship.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
And speaking of things that gave me a chuckle,
I thought you were the leader here, Dooku.
I will never join you, Dooku.
I don't know, man. Whenever somebody said Dooku's name in any of these movies, it made me laugh. Maybe that makes me a goof. That's fine, but Dooku just, I don't know, it made me laugh.
Do you believe what Count Dooku said about Sidious controlling the Senate?
We will not be hostages to be bartered, Dooku.
You're gonna pay for all the Jedi that you killed today, Dooku.
It's Dooku!
Master Yoda.
Count Dooku. Join the dark side, Dooku has. Just as Count Dooku predicted.
Count Dooku.
You won't get away this time, Dooku. Dooku.
Dooku. Dooku's
Dooku.
Dooku.
Dooku!
Dooku. Dooku. Dooku.
Dooku.
Dooku.
Yes, I know. I'm an idiot. And finally, the actual, true, best line of dialogue in all of the Star Wars prequel trilogy. And of course, it comes from Palpatine.
Ever since I've known you, you've been searching for a life greater than that of an ordinary Jedi. A life of significance, of conscience. Are you going to kill me?
I would certainly like to.
I know you would. I can feel your anger. It gives you focus, makes you stronger.
I mean, does it get much better than that? He looks like he's physically getting turned on right there. The guy is true to his character. He's evil, he's looking to take over, and he, for the most part, stayed consistent. We will give George Lucas some of the credit for that, but I think Ian McDiarmid transcended most of the dialogue that was given to him. He will be showing up as Palpatine on our bad list, but he was, again, the best part of the whole Star Wars prequel trilogy, and we want to give him that respect. No more beating around the bush. It's time. So sit back, relax, and maybe take an Ambien as we dive into the 100 worst lines of dialogue in the Star Wars prequels. May the Force be with us. Number 100. Allow me to take you back to the year 1999, specifically late April, early May, about 2 or 3 weeks before the release of Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. This is when I went online and bought 4 tickets for myself and 3 friends at $12 a piece with a $4 surcharge. Remember, this is 1999. $12 for a movie ticket was pretty expensive. Of course, we had seats for the midnight showing, so we got in line at approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That put us about middle of the pack. We took turns going to the restroom, getting food and all that. We finally got into the movie theater. We finally sat through all the previews, waiting for this moment. That 20th Century Fox logo. The crowd erupted. Then came the Lucasfilm logo. The crowd erupted even more. When the words, "a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away," hit the screen, it went completely silent. But then the Star Wars logo hit. It was like watching 5 Michael Jackson concerts from the 80s all at the same time. The place was so loud, you couldn't hear yourself think. 16 years in the making, and finally a new Star Wars movie. And it took just 2 lines into the opening crawl before we had our first bad line of dialogue. Let's hold it right here for just a moment. We waited 16 years for this, to see everything that took place before the evil Galactic Empire took over and the Rebel Alliance was required to come take them out. And this is what we got. The taxation of trade routes to outlying star systems is in dispute. Oh boy. Yes, I know I'm cheating here. This isn't actually a line of dialogue, but what better place to start than the beginning? The opening crawl set us all up for 3 movies of disappointment. Thank you, George Lucas. Number 99.
Your ship is waiting.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
Now, this is the first of what I believe are 4 separate lines that I'm including in this top 100 that a lot of people like. For sure, it's very memeable. But none of this makes any sense. Why would Obi-Wan jump down into the middle of 100 different robots who can easily kill him? And if you think that's not true, just check out the Battle of Geonosis. That's several Jedi fighting at once, and many falling. And Obi-Wan is not here to fight a war. He is here specifically to kill Grievous. That is his only goal, and he has a battalion of clone troops on its way. Why would he do that? Just for a simple one-liner that the audience might find amusing. Not to mention the stupidity of General Grievous here. He is the firmly established leader of the opposition. If he dies, the war is over, and yet he's risking it to fight Obi-Wan when he's got droids after droids after droids that can easily take him out. The whole scene is dumb, and it's encapsulated by Obi-Wan's line. It's a bad line of dialogue, and it's out of character for any Jedi to show any character, based on how Lucas has portrayed them up to this point. It belongs on the list. Number 98.
They're all over me! I'm gonna go help them out.
The Plinker reviews do an excellent job of covering this line. In the original trilogy, the good trilogy, Anakin Skywalker is portrayed as a good man who tragically fell to the dark side of the Force. But Lucas decided not to portray him as such in these prequels. Late on, he decided, uh-oh, I made a mistake, I need Anakin to be good. So, what does he do? In a battle where the only goal is to save the kidnapped Chancellor of the Republic, he wants to go back to help out a faceless and essentially nameless clone trooper. Now keep in mind, the Clone Wars TV series did an excellent job of putting names to faces and giving these guys personalities. But when this movie came out, they were absolutely expendable soldiers. Obi-Wan rightly tells him no when they continue on with the battle. What a silly line. Number 97.
Be safe, my lady.
Thank you, Captain. Take good care of Dorme. The threat's on you two now.
He'll be safe with me.
He'll be fine.
It's not me, my lady. I worry about you. What if they realize you've left the capital?
That shouldn't be too hard to figure out, no? Take a look at who Padme has replacing her in the Senate. That is Jar Jar Binks. I think he stands out quite a bit. When they see him in there, and her not in there, they're gonna figure she's left the capital. and they shouldn't know where she is. She should be well hidden. But no, they're putting her on her home planet of Naboo. And poor Dorme, she gets such few lines of dialogue and they stick her with this. And the unfortunate part is, the beginning of this is actually pretty good. Let's watch that again.
Be safe, my lady.
Thank you, Captain. Take good care of Dorme. The threat's on you two now.
He'll be safe with me.
That quick little line offered some levity in an otherwise difficult situation, and it was probably the best acting performance in all of Attack of the Clones. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Rose Byrne, who was able to escape the stigma of being in this movie and has gone on to have an excellent career, appearing in such things as Damages, Bridesmaids, and 2 X-Men movies. It's just unfortunate she got stuck with this terrible line of dialogue. Number 96.
Drop your weapon. I said drop them. Roger. Hands up, Jedi.
There's just so much wrong here. In every other scene, these battle droids shoot to kill. Now they have 2 Jedi, who by the way are here to rescue the kidnapped Chancellor, dead to rights in an elevator. Instead of shooting them in the back of the head, they ask them to drop their weapons. And then they have Anakin dead to rights one more time, and while he's hanging off a ledge, they tell him to put his hands up. Look, the Jedi have enough plot armor without needing any more. Thanks, George. Number 95.
There's no doubt the mysterious warrior was a Sith.
Always 2 there are. No more, no less.
Now how in the hell do you know that? Not too long ago, this is what you thought about the Sith.
He was trained in the Jedi arts. My only conclusion can be that it was a Sith Lord.
Impossible. The Sith have been extinct for a millennium.
So not only do you think the Sith are extinct, you think they have been for a millennium. That is 1,000 years. So you've quickly changed your mind and have now decided that not only are the Sith not extinct, but it was no doubt that that was the Sith. Okay, that's fine. How do you know what they did 1,000 years ago? Even Yoda wasn't alive back then. Who knows what's changed between now and then? How do you know that there's only 2? You're just talking out your ass, Yoda. Of course, he turned out to be correct, and some may point that out to me, but that's just the screenwriter making him correct. They work in the shadows, right? The dark side is hard to sense, right? So how do you know? Number 94.
Put down your weapons. They win this round.
This isn't Street Fighter 2. We don't have rounds here. But that's beside the point. What's happening in this scene? What are they trying to do?
R2, we can enter the city using the secret passages on the waterfall side. Once we get to the main entrance, Captain Panaka will create a diversion. Then we can enter the palace and capture the Viceroy. Without the Viceroy, they will be lost and confused. What do you think, Master Jedi?
The Viceroy will be well guarded. The difficulty is getting into the throne room. Once we're inside, we shouldn't have a problem.
On the face of it, this is a very silly plan. First of all, capturing the Viceroy will do nothing to stop automated droids from doing what they're supposed to do. And second of all, they assume that the Viceroy is in the throne room. This, of course, was all pointed out in the Plinkett reviews. But their plan didn't work because they got captured. They lost this round. But check out what happens next.
Your little insurrection is at an end, Your Highness. Time for you to sign the treaty and end this pointless debate in the Senate.
Viceroy, your occupation here has ended.
After her! This one's a decoy!
Captain!
Scan the doors!
Now, Viceroy, we will discuss a new treaty.
How freaking convenient. You got exactly what you wanted by being captured. You got taken to the throne room, where the Viceroy happened to be, you were able to clear out the area with your home field advantage, and your plan, supposedly, worked perfectly. It's like Lucas felt like he needed to inject some intrigue, but didn't quite know how to get him out of the situation. So, there's so much going on, we won't notice. I noticed, George. I noticed. Number 93.
I will take what Jedi we have left and go to Geonosis and help Obi-Wan.
Visit, I will, the cloners on Camino. And see this army they have created for the Republic.
The cheating has returned. We have our first dialogue exchange. There will be more. So what seems to be the problem here? On the surface, this seems like a decent enough plan. Well, it comes down to logistics, and it gives credence to the Plinkett theory that Lucas wrote out these scripts in one draft and never went back to look at them. Let's check this out.
They'll never get there in time to save him. They have to come halfway across the galaxy. Look. Geonosis is less than a parsec away.
It makes sense that Anakin and Padme would get there first. They're not half a galaxy away after all. It makes additional sense to a degree that Mace and the rest of the Jedi would soon follow. You'd think it might take a little longer, but that's okay. It's how quickly Yoda gets there that causes a problem.
Look!
Let's just pretend for a moment that Camino was on the way to Geonosis from Coruscant, and that Yoda didn't have to go out of his way to get there. He still had to commandeer that army, get them all organized, and get them over to Geonosis. That's not going to take just a few minutes, and that's just about how long after Mace arrives that Yoda does. So one of two things happens here. Either Mace and the Jedi lollygagged and didn't get to Geonosis quickly, which probably isn't the case, or Lucas just didn't care about time when he wrote this scene. He got his big dramatic moment, though, when Yoda showed up. He had to do it at the expense of logic, though. Number 92.
The capture of General Grievous will end this war. Quickly and decisively, we should proceed.
The Chancellor has requested that I lead the campaign.
The Council will make up its own mind who is to go, not the Chancellor.
Yes, generals do make battlefield decisions, and normally speaking, civilian leadership will not intrude upon that. But we have to assume that the Chancellor, with his emergency powers, is the commander-in-chief of this war, and he is not in any place to request anything. If he wants it, it's gonna happen. For Mace to act like that's not the case is borderline treason. Remember, everything we've been told is that the Jedi are servants of the Republic. Number 91.
In order to ensure the security and continuing stability, the Republic will be reorganized into the First Galactic Empire for a safe and secure society.
So this is how liberty dies. With thunderous applause.
This is another one of those lines that a lot of people seem to like. Well, I'm here to tell you why that's wrong. Palpatine declaring that the Republic is being reorganized as an empire is just semantics at this point. It's been established that he's stayed well beyond his term. He has emergency powers. He's basically ruled with an iron fist to this point. And now he has discernible proof that the Jedi have attacked him and may be attempting to take over. The Jedi are known as powerful beings, and if they've gone rogue, they would certainly represent a threat to democracy and the Republic. He certainly sounds very menacing in his speech, but there is nothing in there that would indicate to Padme that Liberty has now, at this moment, died. No. This is just George Lucas trying to get his applause line, ironically. Padme Amidala, the character, is no longer speaking to us. George Lucas, the writer, is. And that is never good for a well-told story. Which this is not. Number 90.
It is obvious that this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of the Force, but by our skills with a lightsaber.
Part 3 of the Mr. Plinkett Attack of the Clones reviews does an amazing job of explaining why this entire scene is ridiculous. But here's a quick recap. Yoda and Dooku have just proven themselves equally powerful in their use of the Force. For them to now have a physical contest with lightsabers, Yoda would be at a huge disadvantage. He is smaller than Dooku, and he has a much smaller lightsaber. The argument is that his character should be above this, and that his mystique as an unexpected Force wielder has now been ruined. But I guess Lucas may have sold a few more video games and action figures. Back to the line itself though. Well-written, well-fleshed out characters wouldn't need to state such obvious things. In a well-written script, Dooku would have simply just pulled out his lightsaber menacingly, pointed it at Yoda, and the audience would understand what's happening. Number 89.
Cloners, are they friendly?
Oh, it depends.
Depends on what, Dex?
On how good your manners are. How big your pocketbook is.
This scene deserves every single ounce of ridicule it's ever gotten, and I'm not here to necessarily pile onto it, but I did want to focus on this exchange between Obi-Wan and Dexter. You two are supposed to be friends, right? When Obi-Wan walked into Arnold's drive-in, you gave him a big ol' hug. So why aren't you just answering his question straightforwardly? Why are you being so ominous to your good buddy? There is so much more from this scene that we can attack, but we're doing a reverse Qui-Gon cheat here. We're encapsulating all of it into one line, rather than expanding it out more. Okay, that's enough of this hot garbage. Moving on. Number 88.
And what of the boy?
To Tatooine. To his family send him.
I will take the child and watch over him.
So literally, no joke, fewer than 30 seconds earlier, this was the conversation.
Hidden, safe. The children must be kept.
We must take them somewhere where the Sith will not sense their presence.
So they're gonna send Luke to his family, which of course is Anakin's step-family. They live on Tatooine, Anakin Skywalker's home planet, in a house where Anakin Skywalker has visited, with people who Anakin Skywalker knows. And because we've seen the original trilogy, the good trilogy, we know that they even kept Luke's name as Skywalker when it could have easily just been Lars. Not much more needs to be said about this scene, but I did want to mention that I left Obi-Wan's line in there just because it caused a little confusion. He said, "I will take the child and watch over him." It almost sounds like he's disagreeing with Yoda, that instead of going with the Lars family, he will keep him. That wouldn't have been a good idea either, because as we know, Vader can sense Obi-Wan's presence. Number 87.
Stay close to me, and you'll be safe.
But not too long afterwards, he does this.
Once we get inside, you find a safe place to hide and stay there.
Sure.
Stay there.
So which one is it, Qui-Gon? Is he staying with you or is he being sent away? And you're sending him away during a war. Yes, you are attacking the palace. You are trying to capture the Viceroy. The Viceroy is heavily protected. There are battle droids everywhere. But no, Anakin, go hide. This continues to reek of Lucas napping during the writing process, turning in one draft and going with it. Number 86.
What must I do, Master Yoda?
Train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose.
Teacher, I'm having trouble with this algebra problem. Train yourself to do the problem. You must. Teacher, I'm having trouble learning about Hamlet. Train yourself to learn about Shakespeare. You must. Teacher, I'm having trouble learning about this chemical compound. Train yourself to learn all about chemistry on your own. You must. Alright, full disclosure, my impersonation game is pretty weak, but I guess we're getting the picture. Dude, Yoda, it is your job, literally, to train this guy. You can't just send him out on his own when he's clearly having some kind of crisis. He has sought you out in what appears to be a formal setting, and all you can tell him is go figure it out yourself, homie. And you can't use the excuse that he's reached a certain point and is no longer eligible for training, because check this out.
Master Kenobi, wait a moment. In your solitude on Tatooine, training I have for you.
Training?
An old friend has learned the path to immortality. One who has returned from the netherworld of the Force, your old master.
Qui-Gon?
How to commune with him, I will teach you.
It's a good thing that Lee Brackett and Lawrence Kasdan wrote The Empire Strikes Back. Otherwise, who knows what kind of horrible advice Yoda would have given Luke. Number 85.
Anakin Skywalker, I was expecting someone with your reputation to be a little older.
General Grievous. You're shorter than I expected.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
Anakin tried to insult a droid for not being tall enough. Okay. And again, how are Anakin and Obi-Wan still alive? They've clearly gotten the Chancellor back. Something has happened to Count Dooku. Where is Count Dooku? They've killed Count Dooku. How are they still alive? Number 84.
I must speak with the Jedi Council immediately. The situation has become much more complicated.
Annie, come on.
At a certain point, this poor kid's gonna start feeling like a ping pong ball. This is actually the first time that Qui-Gon sends Anakin away. And what makes it worse is that even Anakin realizes he should be going with Qui-Gon. That was the whole point. He's going with the Jedi. He's supposed to stay with Qui-Gon. But for no reason at all, he rushes him away to Padme's retinue. And what expectation does Padme have that Anakin is supposed to go with her? One may argue that Qui-Gon is sending Anakin away because something dicey is about to happen. But then later in the movie he takes him into a war zone anyway and just tells him to hide. Why is the 9-year-old kid away from home for the first time in his life the most logical person in this scene? Number 83.
Send me to kill the Emperor. I will not kill Anakin.
Okay, what's the big deal here?
I do not know where the Emperor has sent him. I don't know where to look.
Alright, still don't know what the issue is.
He was deceived by a lie. We all were. It appears that the Chancellor is behind everything, including the war. Palpatine is the Sith Lord we've been looking for.
These pieces of dialogue were strung together from a period of time in the movie that lasted just about 1 minute. So in that time, Obi-Wan has referred to Palpatine as the Emperor twice, without really knowing that's his title, and then reverts back to calling him the Chancellor. Yeah, when they're looking at the security footage of the Jedi Temple, Palpatine refers to the Empire. So maybe it makes sense that Obi-Wan deduced that Palpatine is now the Emperor. Which on its own would be fine, except that again he refers to him as the Chancellor, not just to Padme, but later on in the movie to Anakin. So he doesn't really know what he's saying because the person writing for him doesn't know what he's writing. I suppose I can understand if this doesn't come across as a big deal to you, but at the end of the day, it's just further proof that Lucas did not pay attention to his script. He just wrote things down that may have been placeholders, and that's fine in the writing process. But when you finalize it, and those placeholders are still there, that's a major problem. Of course, Obi-Wan refers to him as Palpatine at the end of that clip with Padme. Had he just called him Palpatine the whole time, there'd be no problem. But, again, Lucas's script was rushed and not thought out, and it came onto the screen, and that's bad. Number 82.
It won't be long before the armies of the Republic track us here. I am sending you to the Mustafar system in the Outer Rim. It is a volcanic planet. You will be safe there.
I remember hearing this line in the movie theater the first time I saw this, and it made me laugh out loud. There's just something about those two lines coming in back to back that doesn't make any sense. It is a volcanic planet. You will be safe there. I don't know about y'all, but I ain't trying to go to no volcanic planet. And looking at it later, it sure doesn't look very safe. Obi-Wan and Yoda are smart enough to separate two twin babies from each other, for their safety and for their protection. But the entirety of the senior leadership of the Separatists, including their military leaders, can't think of the same thing. It's like they always have to stay together. What are they, a support group? I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going to Mustafar. Number 81.
You sir cannot be here. This army of mechanics up there is new, we saw.
Number 80.
Master Windu, how pleasant of you to join us.
This party's over.
Yep, I'm including this line too, amongst the others that many may find good. Why, you might ask? Because this line, attached to the character of Mace Windu, is a lie. This is Samuel L. Jackson. This is Mace Windu. Contrary to popular belief, and what your eyes might tell you, these are not the same person. You see, Samuel L. Jackson is one of the greatest actors of his generation. He has a wide variety of roles over decades in the business. And while these roles have been varied, and can go from being dramatic or comedic roles, there is one thing he brings to every character he has ever played: passion. Just watch him in a simple commercial like those Capital One ads that he does. Even in those commercials, he brings the passion. Now take a look at him as Mace Windu in the Star Wars prequel trilogy, and ask yourself if he brings any of that patented passion. The answer is a resounding no. IMDb lists Jackson as having 196 completed acting roles. Take it in whichever order you want, but these three movies would rank at 194, 195, and 196. It was a complete waste to have Samuel L. Jackson play such a static, stoic, and quite frankly, boring character. George Lucas at some point must have realized this. So how does he fix it? In his mind, he does so by giving Jackson a simple, yet effective line out of context that gives the audience something to remember Mace Windu and Samuel L. Jackson by. When he walks up and says, "This party's over," woo, it's an applause line. Everyone gets behind that. Well, they shouldn't. It's a lie. It's done to be taken out of context to make people look back and think of Mace Windu as some kind of badass, when he is not. We will be revisiting other Mace Windu lines later in this countdown. Number 79.
Do you think the Queen's idea will work?
The Gungans will not be easily swayed. And we cannot use our power to help her.
Except that the Gungans were totally easy to sway. In fact, it took Padme fewer than 90 seconds to do so. But that's okay. Qui-Gon may have got that assessment wrong. However, this happened next.
We'll handle this.
We'll take the long way.
And remember, you said this earlier.
And I can only protect you. I can't fight a war for you.
Brother, you are all over the place. The two things you said you couldn't do were use your power to help her and fight a war for her. The one thing you said you could do was protect her. Yet, as soon as Darth Maul shows up, you stop protecting her, sending her out on her own. You fight a war for her by using your powers. Dude, stop it. Number 78.
R2, what are you doing here? What are you doing? Oh, stop that! You're going to strain something. My neck! Oh, now where are you taking me? Oh, this is such a drag. I'm quite beside myself.
Hardy har har. No, George, that was hilarious. Please continue doing comedy. You know, it's almost impossible to believe that the Star Wars prequel trilogy overlapped with the Lord of the Rings trilogy. More specifically, Attack of the Clones came out the same year as The Two Towers. Perhaps no greater contrast can be drawn than the Battle of Geonosis in Attack of the Clones with the Battle of Helm's Deep in The Two Towers. And it's not just the size and the scope of the battle, because clearly Helm's Deep is much superior, but it's the idea of having levity thrown in. The Two Towers has a little bit of back and forth between Legolas and Gimli, and it works for their characters as they are involved in the action. Randomly throwing in bumbling C-3PO comedy in the middle of what's supposed to be a monumental battle doesn't work. At best, it's distracting. At worst, it's immersion breaking. You're taking away any chance anyone has of getting into what's happening. Number 77.
I have successfully made contact with the Prime Minister of Kamino. They are using a bounty hunter named Jango Fett to create a clone army. I have a strong feeling that this bounty hunter is the assassin we're looking for.
Do you think these cloners are involved in the plot to assassinate Senator Amidala?
Did the Council ever authorize the creation of a clone army?
No. Whoever placed that order did not have the authorization of the Jedi Council.
This is sloppy writing personified, much like a kid who thinks he's cleaned his room, but it looks like this. If somebody asked you if you wanted to go to lunch today, your answer would either be yes or no. You wouldn't say, "Yes, I'd like to go to lunch today," or "No, I would not like to go to lunch today." Well, that's what we get in these scenes. Instead of sounding like this,
I have a strong feeling that this bounty hunter is the assassin we're looking for.
Do you think these cloners are involved in the plot to assassinate Senator Amidala?
it should sound like this.
I have a strong feeling that this bounty hunter is the assassin we're looking for.
Do you think these cloners are involved?
And that's it. We as an audience understand what they're talking about in this scene. We don't need further exposition from Mace. Do you think these cloners are involved? That's enough. We don't need the extra verbosity. Now the second scene, instead of sounding like this,
Did the Council ever authorize the creation of a clone army?
No. Whoever placed that order did not have the authorization of the Jedi Council.
should sound like this.
Did the Council ever authorize the creation of a clone army?
No.
And that's it. We don't need the extra explanation. Obi-Wan asked Mace a simple yes or no question. This is what the draft process is for. In a first draft, a writer is getting down all the information at once, and sometimes you're going to find yourself repeating yourself. As you go through the draft, you catch yourself and you start to edit. Concision is more important than exposition, especially later in a story. Maybe at the beginning, it's important to get some stuff out, and maybe the character doesn't sound completely natural when speaking, but the audience is at least learning something. We learn nothing from these scenes. Somebody can just keep talking on and on and on, and it doesn't really matter because they keep saying the same thing over. Number 76.
You're gonna have to stay here. These are good people, Padme. You'll be safe.
Anakin.
First off, a little credit where it's due. The Plinker reviews do a phenomenal job of analyzing just how poorly the prequels engage in visual storytelling, specifically their overuse of shot reverse shot. To see something visually different here, with Anakin and Padme's shadows, is almost jarring. But, while that was good, as usual, the dialogue stinks. How would Anakin know any better than Padme whether or not the Lars family are good people? They've been in each other's companies the exact same amount of time. Little mansplaining going on, if you ask me. That's nowhere near the worst part, though. Padme is able to steal this entire scene in a negative way with one word. Ugh, that is so cringe. Listen to it again. Anakin. Anakin. This is Academy Award-winning actress Natalie Portman. And while the Oscars aren't the end-all, I think it can be agreed upon that she is a good actress. So what is this? Could it be possible that she was just phoning in her performance here because everybody knew it was terrible and nobody wanted to bother with George? Is it possible? Number 75.
Misa cause maybe one or two little bitty accidentes. You'd say, boom the gasser, then crash into Brussels hay blibber, then vanish.
I don't know, and I don't care. I looked up a couple different transcripts to see what the hell Jar Jar Binks is trying to say right here, and I just gave up. I pick up a word here, I pick up a word there. The banished part at the end we get. Obi-Wan tells us later that he's clumsy because we can't understand what Jar Jar's saying here. So, yeah. That said, I'm cheating again, but it's a different kind of cheating than I have been doing. If Jar Jar spoke 30 lines in this trilogy, then all 30 lines deserve to be ranked. If he spoke 75 lines in this trilogy, all 75 lines deserve to be ranked. So I had to condense it. This is the only inconsequential line of dialogue that Jar Jar speaks that gets ranked in this top 100. It would have been too much to try to fit them all in, and really there's no telling the difference. This one just somehow, some way, stood out to me more than the others. Now go away, Jar Jar. Number 74. I'm assuming, I don't know, but I'm assuming this was supposed to be some big climactic moment. All it did was make me laugh out loud. Anakin just looks ridiculous, he sounds ridiculous. If this was played off for laughs, George, I apologize, you did it right. But I'm suspecting you weren't. Some chosen one, by the way, your first day as a Sith and you got your ass kicked, and you should have been killed. Number 73.
Panaka.
Receiving a message from home.
We'll be right there.
Do you see that guy to the right of Captain Panaka? You might recognize him. His name is Obi-Wan Kenobi. This was a scene earlier in the movie that he was in.
Be wary. I sense a disturbance in the Force.
I feel it also, Master.
Don't let them send any transmissions.
Here now is that message from home.
The death toll is catastrophic. We must bow to their wishes. You must contact me.
It's a trick. Send no reply. Send no transmissions of any kind.
Now, Qui-Gon's proven not to be exactly a tactical mastermind, but this seems like a pretty clear instruction that Obi-Wan should have followed. He did a little bit, but in the meantime, he just kind of stood there and let them go receive the message. That's enough for a contact trace, wouldn't you think? And, lo and behold...
Tatooine is sparsely populated. If the trace was correct, I will find them quickly, Master.
Move against the Jedi first. You will then have no difficulty in taking the Queen to Naboo to sign the treaty.
So good job with all the planning, guys. They found you really quickly. It seems a little unfair to stick this line on Panaka's record, but he's the one who spoke the line. It really is Obi-Wan's inaction to it that's the problem. Number 72.
The fact of the matter is you are too close to the Chancellor. The Council doesn't like it when he interferes in Jedi affairs.
Oh, really? Would you care to explain this then?
If he does not give up his emergency powers after the destruction of Grievous, then he should be removed from office.
The Jedi Council would have to take control of the Senate in order to secure a peaceful transition.
So there's a word here that would perfectly describe this situation, but for some reason I'm not able to come up with it. I don't know what's going on, man. My brain must have been taken over by the Jedi, and I can't think straight either. If I come up with a word, I'll let you know. Oh, there it is. So besides the utter hypocrisy of all this, what's the big deal with Anakin being close to the Chancellor? Are you jealous or something? Are you not servants of the Republic? Is he not the Chancellor of that Republic? Isn't it kind of good that he's close to some of the Jedi, especially your supposed chosen one? And if you're worried about him interfering in Jedi affairs, and if that bothers you, nut up a little bit and go tell him that. Don't send a poor kid who's already confused beyond all recognition to spy on him. Number 71.
Master Cypher Diaz was killed almost 10 years ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But I'm sure he would have been proud of the army we've built for him.
The army?
Yes, a clone army, and I must say, one of the finest we've ever created.
Tell me, Prime Minister, when my master first contacted you about the army, did he say who it was for?
Of course he did. This army is for the Republic. But you must be anxious to inspect the units for yourself.
That's why I'm here.
So, in the Star Wars prequels, there are many, many candidates for the dumbest character. But an underrated one that never gets suggested is Prime Minister of Kamino, Lama Su. This dimwit and his assistant, or whoever she is, are completely oblivious to the fact that Obi-Wan is absolutely clueless about any of this clone army stuff. But they sit there and feed him all the information, and when he says, well, that's what I'm here for, they just pick up and move on. Nothing going off in the brain there. There's no red flag going up in the air, no alarm bells going off. No, okay, yeah, let's just hand over this gigantic, expensive clone army to this dude who has no clue what's going on. Even with 70 of these left to go into Countdown, I think it's clear that George Lucas isn't very good at writing a screenplay. One of the areas he struggles at, to say the least, is exposition. Yes, the audience kind of needs to learn this information, but you don't have to make your characters' IQs drop down to about 22 in order to do that. Number 70.
So uncivilized.
Oh, I get it. It's because of this.
What is it? Your father's lightsaber. This is the weapon of a Jedi Knight. Not as clumsy or random as a blaster. An elegant weapon for a more civilized age.
You see, we're quoting the original trilogy, the good trilogy, so this too must also be good. No, it's not. First of all, we need to point out that he actually used the blaster to kill Grievous, and all we've heard throughout the movie is that when we kill Grievous, or I guess it's always when we destroy Grievous, then the war is over. So yay, thank you for having a blaster. The other thing wrong with this scene is a recurring theme throughout the Star Wars prequels, and that's Lucas's overuse of the hanging off the cliff motif. And to top it off, the attempted reference to A New Hope fails. At no point does Obi-Wan tell Luke that the blaster is uncivilized. He calls it random and clumsy and claims that the lightsaber is better, but he calls it an elegant weapon for a more civilized age. Not the weapon, the age. So Obi-Wan throwing down the blaster that literally just ended the war, so we think, and calling it uncivilized is just another cheap Obi-Wan one-liner from these prequels. So this would be the fourth of 4 lines in this top 100 that I believe have a more favorable rating amongst the average viewer. But not with me. Number 69.
Why do I get the feeling you're going to be the death of me?
Oh, I get it. It's because of this. You see, we're quoting the original trilogy, the good trilogy, so this too must also be good. No, it's not. Wait a minute, this sounds really familiar. Yeah, just another ill-guided attempt at trying to quote the original trilogy here. Yeah, technically speaking, you can see it with your eyes. Vader, who is Anakin, of course, does kill Obi-Wan. But it's not really like that, is it? Obi-Wan sacrifices himself, partially to save Luke and his friends, but also because he knows he's about to have these spooky ghost powers in a minute, so why not go out the way you want to, right? And the other thing that hurts this line of dialogue is the scene it's in. Just the whole chase scene they do with the bounty hunter and walking through the bar. It's just so visually tiresome and quite frankly lame that the joke simply doesn't land. Number 68.
I should have known the Jedi were plotting to take over.
Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine is evil!
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
And there's Obi-Wan referring to him as the Chancellor again. Get your script together, George! Anywho, at this point we're about 3 hours and 10 minutes into the worst lightsaber duel in all of Star Wars. You heard me. Which has provided me with more laugh-out-loud moments than any kind of moments of tension or drama that I'm certain Lucas was going for in this computer fever dream of a battle. And even though he's officially evil and has been christened as Darth Vader, he still sounds like a whiny little boy. And it seems to me that Lucas is maybe trying for one more original trilogy reference here, when he tells him, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Of course, that being a very famous line from Return of the Jedi, where Obi-Wan tells Luke that what he told him was true, from a certain point of view. Number 67.
You did well, Anakin. He was too dangerous to be kept alive.
Yes, but he was an unarmed prisoner. I shouldn't have done that. It's not the Jedi way.
It is only natural. He cut off your arm, and you wanted revenge. It wasn't the first time, Anakin. Remember what you told me about your mother and the Sands people?
Okay, it's time for an intervention. We need to get this pen out of George Lucas's hand and get him to stop writing exposition, because it's not working. George, we know this information already. We saw it in the previous movie. We don't need Palpatine to remind us, or Anakin, he lived through it, about the Tusken Raiders and his mother. Here's how we make this scene work.
Yes, but he was an unarmed prisoner. I shouldn't have done that. It's not the Jedi way.
It is only natural. You wanted revenge. It wasn't the first time, Anakin.
There you go, all nice and tightened up. I even left that Tusken Raider sound effect at the end of the scene, just in case someone's not sure what Palpatine's talking about. There's nothing wrong with that kind of subtlety, but using the characters to talk to the audience like we're dummies doesn't work. Once again, this is the kind of stuff that would get filtered out through the draft process, which none of us are sure Lucas ever went through. Number 66.
It's a nightmare! I want to go home! What did I do to deserve this?
After Lucas's spectacular, galactically sized failure with Jar Jar Binks, he made the switch over to C-3PO in order to keep his comedy, quote-unquote, alive during this trilogy. Now, this is an improvement. 3PO is a better character than Jar Jar, anybody is, but this isn't your 3PO from the original trilogy. 3PO was used for comic relief in the original trilogy, of that there is no question. However, he is interwoven into the storyline when that comic relief is taking place, hence the term comic relief. Here in the prequels, it's attempting to be comic relief, but really is just comedy, but it's not even comedy because it's not funny. I'll tell you what is funny though. Check out these lines. It's a nightmare. Oh, I want to go home. What have I done to deserve this? I feel like Lucas is subliminally telling us about this scene, about this movie, and about the trilogy as a whole. It is a nightmare. We do want to go home, and we are wondering what we have done to deserve this. Number 65.
Commander, contact your troops. Tell them to move to the higher levels.
Very good, sir. Oh, by the way, I think you'll be needing this.
Thank you, Cody. Now let's get a move on. We've got a battle to win here.
Yes, sir.
Whoa, hold on just 1 minute. This is what we've been hearing for the entire movie.
And I assure you, the Senate will vote to continue the war as long as Grievous is alive.
Then the Jedi Council will make finding Grievous our highest priority.
The fighting will continue until General Grievous is spare parts.
Act on this, we must. The capture of General Grievous will end this war. Quickly and decisively, we should proceed.
Our clone intelligence units have discovered the location of General Grievous. He's hiding in the Utapau system.
At last, we'll be able to capture that monster and end this war.
Do you see what you're doing there, Obi-Wan? That's you killing Grievous and ending the war. But yet, you have a battle to win? Shouldn't you and all your troops just pack it in and get the hell out of there? Or maybe it's not that cut and dry simple, is it? You see, we had this exact same problem in The Phantom Menace, when Padme declared that capturing the Viceroy would cause the battle droids to be lost and confused. when in reality they would have no idea whatsoever that the Viceroy's been captured. It's the same situation here. General Grievous getting destroyed in that moment as he does nothing to stop the battle droids from advancing and doing what they're programmed to do. And who's to say that Newt Gunray or Wat Tambor or whatever those other weird cartoon characters' names are in the Separatist movement don't take over the army? Why is Grievous the absolute linchpin? Clearly, Lucas needs to keep it as simple as possible for himself so that it's obvious when it's time to move on to the next part of the story. Number 64.
Isn't he great? He's not finished yet.
He's wonderful.
You really like him? He's a protocol droid to help Mom.
This is another one that Mr. Plinkett touches upon, wherein he suggests something different for Anakin to create to help his mother. You really need to check out the Plinkett reviews if you haven't already. It boils down to this though. Anakin and his mother Shmi are slaves of Watto, and I guess they do slave stuff. We don't really see any of it. They seem to have their own house. They just seem to be employees at the end of the day. But Anakin wants to help his mother. What a kind gesture. Anakin is a very handy individual. That's awesome. He's good at fixing things. He's good at creating things. A protocol droid doesn't do anything except for protocol. As technically savvy as Anakin is, he clearly knows what a protocol droid is. He built one correctly, and he refers to him as a protocol droid. So what help does C-3PO offer? Yeah, he's basically a doorman, and when Anakin shows up to where he knows his mother is, he seems surprised to C-3PO. It's like, why would you keep him? What good is he? You're contradicting yourself here. And this brings it back to the original point of contention that people had with this whole situation, is that Anakin Skywalker, the future Darth Vader, actually created C-3PO. Oh, how cute. No. R2-D2 came in from out of nowhere. 3PO could have easily come in out of nowhere. This is just yet another attempt at trying to tie up this terrible trilogy with the good trilogy. Number 63.
We will use all our resources to unravel this mystery. We will discover the identity of your attacker.
10 minutes later.
Go with the Queen to Naboo and discover the identity of this Dark Warrior. This is the clue we need to unravel the mystery of the Sith.
I'm just gonna leave this here. Hey, at least you were straight with him, right? You never once lifted a finger to help him, but then you told him to go figure it out yourself. This let us know what the Jedi Council was all about for the rest of this trilogy. They're a bunch of do-nothing, sit-on-your-hand idiots. And by the time it's all over and Qui-Gon's dead, they are certain that they came across a Sith. Well, how can they know that? They never did anything. Was it the red lightsaber? Because if that's the case, you'd think the Sith would cover their tracks just a little better. I'm so sorry, Samuel L. Jackson, that you had to be in these movies. Speaking of which, number 62.
The oppression of the Sith will never return. You have lost.
It's just so painful to see what this prequel trilogy did to Samuel L. Jackson. We mentioned earlier, and this is a fact, he is among the greatest actors of his generation, and maybe even other generations. And yeah, these are Star Wars movies. They're going to be PG, or in the case of Revenge of the Sith, PG-13. He can't get up and scream and yell the things he does in other movies. But check out this little montage of TV commercials.
Capital One shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet? Stop! Pump your brakes! Did you just say cantaloupe?
Yeah, makes sense.
How can it make sense?
Dear love, cantaloupe.
Are you serious? I don't think your melon is right. And then change those places every few months. Enough is enough. Somebody call the good and bad and tell them we have found the ugly.
I'm looking for coupon codes.
Well, Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them. It's called shopping smart, not hard.
Tumbleweeds.
What else would they be called, Chuck? Charles. You know what, Chuck? Let's play the quiet game. With Quicksilver, you've always earned unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere. The oppression of the Sith will never return.
I have to believe that somebody is cosplaying in Samuel L. Jackson's body and acting in these movies, because this is not the same person. And these are just Capital One commercials, far from his best work, and we still can't get the same level of quality. Number 61.
You are doing great. Jaja bring Husen and the Naboo together.
No.
So, we shall make you Bombard General.
General?
Oh, I've got to talk about the Gungans again. Okay, let's get to this. First of all, I kinda get it. Boss Nass wants to reward Jar Jar. That's cool. I guess Jar Jar did a good thing, right? Making him a general in a war that's about to take place, though, I mean, you see his reaction. He can't even stay on his feet. And remember, he was banished for being clumsy. So you're going to take a clumsy oaf and make him a general in a war. And we assume he has no experience, of course. And yo, this ain't no game of Call of Duty. He is going to lead living beings into a war where it's established that they may suffer great casualties. And what does Bombad General even mean? I guess taking it in context, it's either A, a title, like Brigadier General, Bombad General, or B, it's a descriptive word, meaning good, based in the context again. But, lucky for us, the word Bombad is used during this movie, in 2 different instances in fact. Let's check them out.
We should leave the street, Your Highness.
Get their weapons.
Oh, this guy's Bombad.
Jar Jar just watched Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan take care of those battle droids right quick. Saved the queen, everything looked great to him. His response? Yusa guys are Bombad, or whatever he said. But Bombad is in there, so context, he's impressed. Bombad means awesome. It means great. So, it's settled. We know what Bombad General means. Oh, that's right. There is a second one. Let's check that out just to make sure.
I'm Queen Amidala of the Naboo. I come before you in peace.
Ah, Naboo Beacon. You shall bring him the mechanics. You shall all Bombad.
So just for clarity, whenever Boss Nass references the mechaniques, we assume, very much so, that he's talking about the battle droids. Mechaniques sounding like machines, I guess. I don't know where this Gungan language came from, and I don't want to. But he's clearly unhappy about this situation. He gives them all the point, and he says, you're all Bombad. So now we're a little confused, aren't we? Bombad meant good before, but it clearly means bad now. George, if you're going to make up a language, or in this case, I guess a dialect, it's best to know what the words mean. Although I guess we gotta cut you some slack, because the words in regular English can sometimes prove too difficult as well. Number 60.
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!
So much to unpack here. First, let's take a look at the logistics of this scene. These guys are on a river of lava that's moving pretty quickly, as you can see right here. All of a sudden, for this big moment, the lava river stops, and Anakin's able to just stand there and be face to face with Obi-Wan the entire time. What sense does that make? Then there's this whole business of the high ground. So Anakin and Obi-Wan are fighting on this moving platform. Obi-Wan bails, and all of a sudden he's won the fight because he's a few feet higher? What? Who says Anakin even has to engage him at this moment? He can just sit there and wait him out. Why not? And we've seen just how massively overpowered the Jedi are. Just check out this ridiculousness from just a minute earlier. Look at that jump he just made. If he can make that jump, but he can't get around this little high ground issue, then I don't even know what to think anymore. He can easily bounce off the different mountains around him or do anything else other than jump directly over Obi-Wan, which is exactly what Obi-Wan's inviting him to do. It is pretty clear that Lucas had gone on way too long with this fight, which again is the single worst fight in all of Star Wars, and he didn't know how to end it. So, I've got the high ground. Cool. Number 59.
Will you defer your motion to allow a commission to explore the validity of your accusations?
The verbosity, redundancy, wordiness, windiness, and garrulousness of George Lucas's dialogue knows no bounds. In fact, it goes back to the original trilogy days. Check out this interview from Mark Hamill on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson.
The dialogue was a little bit difficult. I remember there was one line that I just begged him to take out of the screenplay, and he finally did. Boy, I'll never forget it as long as I live. I sometimes dream about this line. My line was, "But we can't turn back. Fear is their greatest defense. I doubt if the actual security there is any greater than it was on Aquilai or Sullust, and what there is most likely directed towards a large-scale assault." And I thought, who talks like this, George? This is really not fair because, you know, we're the ones that are going to get vegetables thrown at us, not you. Harrison Ford, who plays the space pirate in the film, at one point threatened to tie George up and make him say his own lines at gunpoint.
Wow. I guess it's too bad there was no one around for the prequel trilogy to challenge Lucas on any of these ridiculous lines. And always, always remember, George Lucas's built-in excuse for everything is that these movies are made for kids. Once again, I present you with this.
Will you defer your motion to allow a commission to explore the validity of your accusations?
Number 58.
Powerful you have become, Dooku. The dark side I sense in you.
Really? The dark side you sense in him? Well, what gave it away? Could it have been this? No. Well, maybe it was this. Okay, maybe it was this. See, I'm not a Jedi Master, let alone like the Jedi Master, so I can't figure out how you're sensing the dark side in someone who's using the Force to attack you. But Yoda, that's why you're Yoda. You're too good for the rest of us.
Oh, a sarcasm detector. Oh, that's a really useful invention.
You know, it brings to mind another line that's really, really spot on.
I'm into a killer when I see one.
For those who might be unaware, this is referencing Season 8 from Game of Thrones. The character is Daenerys Targaryen, and in the previous episode, she spent about 30 minutes of screen time roasting and burning a city alive with her dragon, killing all sorts of women, children, and other innocents. But hey, we know a killer when we see one, right? And we can also totally sense the dark side. You know, it actually makes sense that Season 8 of Game of Thrones would have some kind of influence or connection to the Star Wars prequels. Number 57.
I want to know who's trying to kill me.
We're here to protect you, Senator, not to start an investigation.
For the second straight movie now, Padme is getting bad information from the Jedi. In The Phantom Menace, Qui-Gon told her repeatedly that he cannot do anything other than protect her. He certainly can't fight a war for her. Well, he did all that anyway. And now, Obi-Wan is telling Padme the same thing. We're not here to start an investigation. Well...
Do you know who it was you were trying to kill?
It was a senator from Naboo.
Boy, you changed your mind really fast. Or maybe you just forgot what you said. Or maybe the writer forgot what he wrote. Whatever it was, you sure went whole hog on the investigation. You even wound up going to a planet that not only have you never heard of, but that you couldn't even find. But let's try to make some narrative sense out of this. So at the very beginning of the movie, Padme's ship is bombed. There was an assassination attempt on her. Therefore, she is under threat of assassination, which is why you're protecting her. So far, so good. Now, it shouldn't come as any surprise that another assassination attempt is forthcoming. Of course, for convenience's sake, it happens that very night. So you can't really argue that seeing the assassination attempt is what spurred Obi-Wan into action. So what was it that caused him to recklessly throw himself through a glass window to what easily could have been his death? I don't know. You don't know. Why should we know? The writer doesn't know. Let's not investigate this any further, please. Number 56.
What about Senator Amidala? She will still need protecting.
Handle that. Your Padawan will.
Anakin, escort the senator back to her home planet of Naboo. She'll be safer there.
Clearly, we've had to deal with a lot of bad dialogue to this point, but we're now starting to cross the line into the pure illogical. The threat against Padme has not gone away. In fact, it's probably gotten worse. So whereas before you had two different Jedis, one master and one apprentice watching over her, now that it's gotten worse, you're going to send the master away and leave only the apprentice behind in what is his first solo assignment. And to top it all off, it's still pretty clear that the Council's not really a big fan of Anakin. You would think they're trying to get Padme killed. So, in their infinite wisdom, they're sending her back to her home. Now think about this. If there was a senator from a state in the United States who was under threat of assassination, you would think the last place they're going to send that senator would be to his or her home state. No, you're going to put them in hiding where someone won't expect to find you. They try to wash this over later in the movie when Padme tells Anakin that this is her home and that she knows it very well. Well, does she know the airspace around it? Because they are making absolutely no effort to conceal her. All of this so Lucas can find a way to get Anakin and Padme alone so that we can get onto their romance. Yeah, we haven't discussed that yet. We've still got 55 more of these to go. Number 55.
We have searched you out because we wish to form an alliance.
Your Honor.
Who's this?
I am Queen Amidala. This is my decoy, my protection, my loyal bodyguard. I'm sorry for my deception, but it was necessary to protect myself.
I suppose this was set up to be the big twist in The Phantom Menace. And hey, mistaken identity has been a staple of the Star Wars franchise. A decoy queen in place of the real queen isn't too bad of an idea, but the only way for Lucas to make it work was to make the rest of his characters big fat dummies. Let's start with Captain Panaka. It's understandable that someone like Anakin Skywalker from a different planet, or Jar Jar Binks or the other Gungans who aren't really part of the Naboo, don't know the true identity of the Queen. The same cannot be said for Captain Panaka. Besides being the head of security, he is part of the populace, and the populace voted for Amidala to become the Queen. So when Qui-Gon decides to head into town with Jar Jar Binks and R2-D2, it's Panaka who comes out and insists that Padme, the so-called handmaiden, go along with them. I suppose it's possible that Padme either ordered or at the very least requested Panaka let her go, but he seems to know a little bit about Tatooine, specifically that it's run by the Hutts. Therefore, it's very dangerous. He is derelict in his duty to allow her to go out on her own like that. So unless all of that is exactly true, then the only conclusion the audience can come to is that Panaka, the head of security and part of the Naboo populace, did not know who the Queen is. And that brings us to Qui-Gon Jinn, the Jedi Master who spent much of his time on Tatooine with Padme. He had many conversations with her, specifically about the Queen, referring to the Queen as a different person. He's shown to be extremely strong in the Force, yet he can't sense that a 14-year-old girl is lying to him, and that she is the real Queen. How is this even possible? Oh, I know. Lucas writes his Jedi to be super powerful when he needs them to be, but he can make them complete idiots when he needs them to be also. That is amazing character development. And Qui-Gon's look on his face right here, discovering the truth about Padme, is simply priceless. Number 54.
Excuse me. Sit.
Oh, Anakin.
I've missed you, Padme.
There were whispers that you'd been killed.
I'm all right. Feels like we've been apart for a lifetime. And it might have been if the Chancellor hadn't been kidnapped. I don't think they would have ever brought us back from the Outer Rim sieges.
Wait, not here.
Not here, she said. So we finally come around to the 1 million air quotes romance between Anakin and Padme. It would be completely right of you to assume that we are going to revisit this later. And yes, when it comes to the Padme Anakin stuff, I am going to be doing some cheating. But let's go ahead and start with this scene. So Padme tells Anakin not here after she's the one that showed up, and then she's the one who kissed him initially. All of a sudden now she's got cold feet. It seems like Padme hasn't changed at all. Going back to the prior movie, which in the timeline is 3 years earlier, she gave Anakin a kiss she wasn't supposed to give him, and then backed off. I guess there's nothing wrong with making the brother work for it a little bit, but according to all the context we got, they haven't seen each other in a while. Padme, what did you think Anakin wanted to do when he saw you? Shake hands? I guess these two need to consider themselves extremely lucky, because they were just out in a place where the Chancellor and a big group of senators and Jedi were. I guess there's no media in Star Wars, because those guys probably would have hung around a little bit. You know somebody would have saw those two together. They're both very well-known individuals, and would have made the front page of whatever the Inquirer's version of the Star Wars universe is. But who needs to consider little details like that? They say their relationship is a secret, we just have to accept it, right? Number 53.
Are you alright?
Uh-huh.
We better get back to the forward command center.
No. No. Gather what troops you can. We've got to get to that hangar. Get a transport. Hurry!
Right away.
This is another one that was pointed out in the Plinkett reviews. Hey, look everybody, it's the script. That's how Padme knows where they're going. Here's the situation. When Yoda brought the clones down to Geonosis, it turned the tide of the battle. This causes Count Dooku to escape and the Jedi to pursue. While in pursuit, the ship that contains Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Padme gets hit. Padme and another clone trooper fall out of the ship. So never mind knowing where Dooku is, or specifically where Dooku is going, they probably should have no idea where they are at this moment. Now we see later on that Yoda is able to go to the hangar knowing exactly where everybody is. This is a little bit more understandable. In fact, it's actually perfectly reasonable. Yoda is a Jedi, he's probably the strongest Jedi, and it's well established that Jedi can sense the presence of other Jedi. But for Padme, not only knowing that it's a hangar, but knowing where the hangar is? No way, not a chance. George, read your scripts. Draft them, revise them, edit them. Don't just turn them in after one draft. Please. Who am I talking to anyway? Number 52.
That you did, huh? The boy's good, no doubts there, huh?
Well, I have acquired a part in a game of chance.
Okay, gotta go on a little bit of a rant here. Like so many others, I was dying to see The Phantom Menace almost 24 years ago, in main part because I loved Star Wars. I loved The Empire Strikes Back. I loved Return of the Jedi. One of the reasons I loved these movies was the mysticism behind the Jedi. In A New Hope, Obi-Wan Kenobi introduced to us the concept of the Jedi, peaceful guardians of the Republic, brave warriors, selfless humans. It sounded great. When Luke wanted to become a Jedi, we all lived vicariously through him. We wanted to see what it would be like to be a Jedi as well. Now let's go back to 1999. And when I left that theater, I had a lot of thoughts. Many of them to this day I do remember, but a lot of them I don't. The ones I do remember tend to be larger feelings. The disappointment walking out of the theater, wondering what I was watching with Jar Jar Binks, wondering who this Qui-Gon Jinn person is, and why is Yoda not Obi-Wan's teacher like we all thought he was. Specific lines and specific moments stuck with me then. I don't remember them that well now, but this one, I do. I do remember thinking it was a little amusing, if not a little unnerving, that Qui-Gon used his Jedi mind trick on Boss Nass to trick him into giving him a bongo. Yeah, of course, Obi-Wan used it in A New Hope, but that was a little bit more necessary. They needed to get crucial information from the droids, R2-D2, C-3PO, to the Rebellion, and the only way to do that was to get through these guards. Stormtroopers for the evil Galactic Empire can easily be discerned as bad guys, whereas Boss Nass doesn't seem like a bad guy. In fact, he seems like a great guy by the end of the movie. He has a little distrust for the Naboo, but that's it. Nothing bad about him. In fact, they work together and are victorious together at the end. So, the Jedi mind trick on Boss Nass, wasn't a fan of, but I was able to live with it. This one I wasn't. Look, I'm no saint, and I'm sure nobody listening to this is either. I gamble, I lie, I swear, I do all sorts of things that we're not supposed to do. We all do them, we're not perfect. And I'm not trying to say the Jedi should be perfect either, but they were placed on a higher pedestal. Luke went through 3 movies just so at the end he could look at the Emperor, the evil Emperor, and declare that he is a Jedi. It was his goal. It then became our goal. And the Jedi became sacred. And now, all of a sudden, this Qui-Gon Jinn person, who none of us ever knew existed, who now is Obi-Wan Kenobi's mentor, straight up lies to a guy to get what he wants. He's lying about gambling after already gambling. And again, I've done these things before too, but we're talking about the Jedi here. And I remember this moment because it was at this moment in the movie theater that I realized the Jedi sucked. And that broke my heart. George, you broke my heart. Number 51.
Battle droids.
It's an invasion army.
Okay, that last one was a little bit personal. We're going to get back down into the idiocy now. Do you see this, Qui-Gon? Do you see this, Obi-Wan? This is you guys fighting battle droids. When, might you ask, did this take place? Well, about 1 or 2 minutes before this scene. Now listen to yourself again.
Battle droids.
It's an invasion army.
Why are you surprised? Why are you acting like you're just now seeing these guys for the first time? You just finished fighting them. Obi-Wan, I ain't gonna let you off the hook on this either. How do you know it's an invasion army? What gave you that exact notion? You just fought them right now. They're obviously protecting the ship and the Viceroy and all the other people on. What makes you think they're gonna invade? But back to Qui-Gon. Add a way to set a standard for how dumb you are. Why are you surprised again? I'm not, this is not registering to me. Battle droids? You just fought them. You know what? It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Number 50. Halfway through this baby, let's go.
It's a clear we say separatists made a pact. We said these are Federation betrayed. Senator Dello Bellinger. in response to this direct threat to the Republic, Misa proposed that the Senate give immediately emergency powers to the Supreme Chancellor.
Order! We shall have order!
It is with great reluctance that I have agreed to this calling.
I wasn't lying earlier when I said that I would condense all of Jar Jar's dialogue in the movies into one representation on this list. I did say it would be the only inconsequential thing he said. Unfortunately, in this movie, George Lucas saw fit to give Jar Jar Binks consequential dialogue. To a certain degree, it doesn't even matter what he's saying here. We have to listen to Jar Jar speak uninterrupted for several seconds. And yes, just like the last entry, I had to look up some transcripts just to make sure I heard correctly or understood correctly what Jar Jar's saying. The baffling part here is that leading up to this, it seems like there's a divide in the Senate, whether or not they want to raise an army, whether or not they want to actually engage in war with the Separatists. And remember, Jar Jar's not the actual senator here. He is replacing Padme, who has gone into hiding under her threat of assassination. So beside the fact that he's Jar Jar Binks, and that's reason enough not to take him seriously, the fact that he's not the real senator here is enough reason not to take him seriously. However, in this supposedly closely divided Senate, Jar Jar proposes giving emergency powers to Palpatine, and within seconds, those powers are conferred. What the hell? And once again, just to reiterate, we had to listen to Jar Jar Binks speak. Number 49.
You're using her as bait. It was her idea. Don't worry, no harm will come to her. I can sense everything going on in that room. Trust me.
Alright, Anakin. We trust you. Let's put your powers to the test and see if your confidence is well warranted. So the situation here is that Padme is now under the protection of Obi-Wan and Anakin after her ship was bombed in an assassination attempt. I suppose there's no chance that the assassin will try another bomb or some kind of missile or, something that they wouldn't be able to react to very quickly while being in another room. But let's just assume that they know that the assassin's coming in sneaky this time. So, does Anakin know everything that's going on in that room? Let's take a look.
I sense it too.
Wow, I guess I stand corrected. He knew exactly what was happening in that room. Good job. Oh, there's more before this? Okay, let's look at that.
He's not like the others in the Senate. It is my experience that senators focus only on pleasing those who...
Well, Obi-Wan and Anakin are sitting there talking about politics. Nothing's happening yet, though.
Not another lecture. At least not on the
Uh-oh.
politics.
That looks bad. Okay, it's outside the room, though. He did say inside the room. No. They're inside the room now, Anakin. How do you not sense this yet? Ooh, Padme is in trouble. They're on her bed. You don't know yet. You know everything in this room. R2's trying. You don't got the Force. Are you distracted or something? They're literally on the bed, dude.
And besides, you're generalizing. The Chancellor doesn't appear to be...
And they're just sitting jabbering.
Palpatine is a politician.
I have observed that...
And then they're still talking. They're literally on her body, dude. Dude.
I think he's a good man.
I sense it too.
Yeah, about time, guys. You gonna make it in time? Oh, last second field goal. I know who I'm calling for my next security job. It's Anakin's Jedi Protection Services. I know everything that's going on in that room, he said. Number 48.
Careful you must be when sensing the future, Anakin. The fear of loss is a path to the dark side.
Dude, okay, seriously, at this point, what isn't a path to the dark side? Let's try these on for size. Riding a bicycle
is a path to the dark side.
Driving a school bus
is a path to the dark side.
Ice skating
is a path to the dark side.
Shooting a three-pointer
is a path to the dark side.
Using a cell phone
is a path to the dark side.
Getting your ear pierced
is a path to the dark side.
Eating a banana
is a path to the dark side.
Drinking Mountain Dew
is a path to the dark side.
Did you find that just a little bit annoying? Well, you're getting the point then. I didn't even bother to edit that montage perfectly. The Yoda from the original trilogy has been reduced to a one-note synthesizer here in the prequels. All he does throughout all three movies is ride Anakin hard and everybody else about the dark side. And guess what? Anakin still turned anyway. You like to think that George Lucas looked up the word foreshadow in the dictionary one day and decided, hey, I'm going to have Yoda talk about the dark side all the time to foreshadow Anakin's eventual fall. Bravo, George. Number 47.
You've grown up.
Master Obi-Wan manages not to see it. Don't get me wrong. Obi-Wan is a great mentor. As wise as Master Yoda and as powerful as Master Windu. I am truly thankful to be his apprentice. In some ways, a lot of ways, I'm really ahead of him. I'm ready for the trials, but he feels that I'm too unpredictable. He won't let me move on.
That must be frustrating.
It's worse. He's overly critical. He never listens. He doesn't understand. It's not fair.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Anakin Skywalker. He is the protagonist of the Star Wars prequel trilogy. He is the individual we're supposed to be getting behind, rooting for. We are following his path, and in doing so, we are seeing this world through his eyes. The original Star Wars trilogy told us that Anakin was a good man who tragically fell to the dark side. Now, nothing much of what happened in The Phantom Menace gives us any kind of direction on Anakin's character. He's only 9 years old, it's kind of the beginning of his journey, we don't know anything about him yet. So it really starts right here. This scene almost single-handedly undermines everything we ever believed about Anakin. He's whiny, he's petulant, there's nothing about him that screams, good man that has a tragic fall. In fact, as this movie moves along and the next movie eventually joins it, Anakin's fall to the dark side almost seems like a matter of fact. He is going to fall because this is his nature. This is not a tragedy. This is a progression of events. And more to the heart of it, we see no proof, not only from this scene but in any other, that Anakin and Obi-Wan truly are friends. Obi-Wan distinctly describes him as a good friend in A New Hope. Where is this friendship? It almost feels like Lucas thinks the audience is too dumb to understand his eventual fall. So in order for us to accept it, he has to be a bad apple from the very beginning. This ruined any chance anyone had of getting invested in this character, and he's only the protagonist of the entire trilogy. Good job, George. Number 46.
You are on this council.
but we do not grant you the rank of master.
What? How can you do this? This is outrageous. It's unfair. How can you be on the council and not be a master?
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
This is one of the rare entries in this countdown where the line itself isn't the problem, rather what it represents. More specifically, what it could have represented. We just finished talking about how poorly Anakin's fall to the dark side was handled in these movies. The unfortunate thing is, there is a very easy fix to all of this, and it starts with this scene. Well, to be super technical, it actually starts before this scene, and the characterization of Anakin. You get rid of all this Chosen One stuff, and just make him really powerful in the Force, and when Obi-Wan finds him on Tatooine, yes, Obi-Wan, not Qui-Gon, and forms a bond with him, brings him to the Jedi, they see how strong he is, and they're super pumped up. They want to train this guy as soon as possible. Now, despite how good he is with the Force, he did get a late start, so he's not quite ready to be joining the Council at this age, something that he won't completely understand because of how good he is and how good everyone says he is. To this point, Anakin and Obi-Wan would have been excellent friends, they would have worked well together, Anakin would be truly learning from Obi-Wan. Anakin would be humble, yet hungry, waiting for his breakout moment, and he would feel like this would be it. Mace's line wouldn't have to change. He would tell Anakin they're giving him a seat on the council, but they're not making him a master. However, instead of being all brooding about it, he would be sympathetic. Anakin, only hearing Mace's words and not his tone, would react in a similar manner. Instead of saying it's unfair, he could say it's not right. The Council, and especially Mace, never having seen Anakin act this way before, could be more surprised rather than defiant. And in the end, Mace can tell him, "Take a seat, young Skywalker. We can discuss this further at a later time." And now you've given us a good man who's very powerful in the Force, who has the potential to be an all-time great Jedi, running into an unforeseen conflict that he might not be prepared for. This plants a seed. Now pair all of that with this scene.
I'm not the Jedi I should be. I want more. And I know I shouldn't.
With the major difference being that instead of talking to Padme, he's talking to Obi-Wan. Not saying this reconfiguration is perfect by any means, but it introduces the possibility of tragedy. That was the whole point here. Anakin's tragic fall to the dark side. So, in classic fashion, I had to cheat a little bit again to get all this stuff in. We did say we wanted to avoid concepts in this countdown and just stick to the dialogue, but this one was too much and it needed to be addressed. Number 45.
All who gain power are afraid to lose it, even the Jedi.
The Jedi use their power for good.
Good is a point of view, Anakin. The Sith and the Jedi are similar in almost every way, including their quest for greater power.
I can't even see this scene anymore without hearing it the way the Plinkett review showed it. Here's my best recreation of that.
Good is a point of view, Anakin. The Sith and the Jedi are similar in almost every way.
I mean, the alarm bells should be going off here in Anakin, shouldn't they? This dude is over here talking about the Sith, telling stories about the Sith. He has intimate knowledge about the Sith. Knowledge that even the Jedi themselves don't have. What is the one possible explanation for all of this? In reality, I kind of like the idea of Palpatine softly manipulating Anakin, especially if the plan we just laid out for his turn to the dark side was the real way he turned. The key word here, though, is softly. This is hammer on the head level subtlety of manipulation. He is telling him directly about the Sith. And because Lucas needs the plot to move forward, Anakin's IQ has to drop by about 123 points in this scene. Number 44.
Agree with you, the Council does. Your apprentice, Skywalker, will be.
Quick story time. Obviously, I was disappointed when I saw The Phantom Menace for the first time, just like a lot of other people were. But I was still giving George Lucas the benefit of the doubt. Thought maybe, okay, maybe he screwed this movie up, but there's still 2 more left. It'll be fine. Then, of course, Attack of the Clones was worse than The Phantom Menace. However, there were 2 little bits of intrigue coming out of both movies for me. Number 1 was this scene. Yoda from out of nowhere okaying the training of Anakin, more so making him Obi-Wan's apprentice. It seemed like Yoda was doing this as sort of a dying wish for Qui-Gon. Then we find out in Attack of the Clones that the order for the clone army was made by a Jedi Master Sifo Dyas, someone we'd never heard of, never seen before. He was confirmed to have been a real person, but I had it in my mind that Qui-Gon really made the order. So what does all that mean? Qui-Gon finds Anakin, he gets him trained by Obi-Wan, he orders the clone army. Maybe this entire time, Qui-Gon was an agent for the dark side. Not to mention the fact that Qui-Gon was once apprentice to Count Dooku. A little far-fetched maybe, but then I remembered this quick little glance that Shmi Skywalker and Qui-Gon shared in The Phantom Menace, and thought, hey, that could be planting the seed, that could be actual foreshadowing, and maybe, just maybe, the trilogy could be saved. But no, Sifo Dyas was a nothing character at that point, Qui-Gon in the end became a nothing character, and we had to deal with the stupid plot decisions that George made throughout The Phantom Menace that led us to this scene. Let's play you what happened right before this.
Confer on you the level of Jedi Knight, the Council does. But agree with your taking this boy as your Padawan learner? I do not.
So you don't agree with the training, despite the fact that Anakin is clearly a Force prodigy, as it were. Okay, so you sense some fear in him. You think it might be dangerous to train him. Alright, we'll take you at your word. So you disagree with the training. Then why, just a few seconds later, did you say this?
Agree with you, the Council does. Your apprentice, Skywalker, will be.
Number 43.
Will you take him with you? Is he to become a Jedi?
Yes. Our meeting was not a coincidence. Nothing happens by accident.
Just another line that would have fit perfectly into the narrative of Qui-Gon being an agent of evil. But, of course, we didn't go in that direction. So, he says the meeting was not a coincidence. Nothing happens by accident. Let's run that down. You and Anakin were sent to the blockade around the planet Naboo to handle trade negotiations on behalf of the Chancellor, assuming you have any knowledge in this whatsoever. You accidentally stumbled upon the Trade Federation's plans by assuming that they had an invasion army in place. You stowed upon Federation ships and landed on Naboo, essentially getting lost there, where you accidentally ran into Jar Jar Binks. You got taken to the underwater Gungan city by Jar Jar, where you got to meet Boss Nass. Luckily for you, your Jedi mind trick on him worked, and you were able to get a transport out of there. You were able to rescue Padme and her crew when the Trade Federation foolishly sent her away from the palace when all they had to do was keep her there under lock and key. You attempted to leave Naboo by going through the Federation blockade. It was on its way to be unsuccessful when your shield generator was hit. Luckily for you, R2-D2 was able to save the day. Upon getting through the blockade, it became immediately apparent that your hyperdrive was leaking. Therefore, you needed to land somewhere to fix it. Obi-Wan, not you, picked out Tatooine. Now let's take a look at that decision to go to Tatooine in the first place. This is a map of the Star Wars galaxy. I found much more detailed maps, but this one will do for our purposes. Here is Naboo. Here is Coruscant. This is the direction they are taking to get to Coruscant. As you can see, Tatooine is off on the distance here. There are several planets that are closer to Naboo than Tatooine is. Yes, the motivation was to go somewhere where the Trade Federation has no presence, but how are they supposed to know exactly which planet has a Trade Federation presence on it? There really is no way. Also, don't forget, this is a less detailed map. Many, many more systems fill the areas in between Naboo and Tatooine. And after all these events took place just to get you on Tatooine, you had the quote-unquote foresight to pick out Watto's shop. And even that wasn't enough, because you didn't really get to run into Anakin and know Anakin until Jar Jar got himself in trouble with Sebulba, and Anakin just happened to be there to defuse the situation. But yes, Qui-Gon, the whole thing was absolutely predestined. You were predestined to run into Anakin on a random planet, and he happened to have strong force powers, but he also happened to be too old for the Jedi's tastes. Sure, I buy it. Number 42.
Get help, you're no match for him. He's a Sith Lord.
Chancellor Palpatine, Sith Lords are our speciality.
There's an old story, whether it's true or not, about former United States President Lyndon B. Johnson. When asked about the United States' continual involvement in the Vietnam War, Johnson, how do we keep this reasonably clean, took out the equivalent of a squirrel's favorite food and the shaft that goes with it, and removed it from the area where it is usually hidden. Seemingly a Johnson special, this was a rather unequivocal answer without having to say a word. Palpatine is essentially doing the exact same thing, albeit in a PG manner and by using his words. Now, anybody who was in the room with LBJ when this incident may or may not have happened would have clearly understood the message. Yet, for some reason, Obi-Wan and Anakin are unable to catch on to anything that Palpatine's putting down. Remember, as far as the Jedi were concerned about 13 years earlier, the Sith had been extinct for a millennium. If they thought so, then anyone else who would have any knowledge of the Sith whatsoever would have to have believed the same thing. Chances are, the great majority of all people in the galaxy would not know who the Sith were at all. So how does this dude right here, yes, powerful in politics, but as far as anyone knows, a complete novice to the Force, have any idea not only what a Sith is, but what a Sith Lord is, and that Count Dooku himself is one? Nope, it's just another chance for Obi-Wan to be a little show-off and drop his little one-liners that in this case have absolutely no basis in reality. We're told throughout the trilogy that the dark side clouds everything, so the fact that the Jedi can't sense Palpatine is acceptable, but the fact that he keeps basically doing his LBJ thing and they still can't figure it out is beyond comprehension. And by the way, shouldn't the Jedi be a little insulted here? How could Palpatine tell two Jedi Knights that you're no match for a Sith Lord? I'd be a little offended. I'd turn around and be like, what, you think we can't take him? Why not? And it also begs the question, as the Plinkett reviews pointed out, who is going to help us? Did you want us to just hang out here and wait for a battalion of Jedi to show up? I mean, what do you want from us, Palps? He's here, we're here, we gotta do this thing. So, in a nutshell, that about sums this scene up. Number 41.
You refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the Force. You believe it's this boy?
I can only imagine that George Lucas was all aflutter when he wrote this line. I mean, it's got words like prophecy, chosen one, balance. So, it makes sense to break these down through those terms. First, prophecy. Now, prophecy comes from prophet. A prophet, generally speaking, is a religious figure. And since the movie didn't tell us that this wasn't the case, we must as an audience assume that it is. Right away, that makes the Jedi a religious organization, and the Jedi themselves religious figures. That doesn't really jive with what they're supposed to be. I suppose we have to imagine that some random Jedi once upon a time looked into a crystal ball or something and determined that there would be some kind of chosen one who would bring balance to the Force. So let's discuss Chosen One. Because prophecy goes hand in hand with religion, we must assume that this Chosen One will be some kind of savior. Don't believe me?
The Force is unusually strong with him. That much is clear. Who was his father?
There was no father.
A savior through immaculate conception. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Now we have this notion of balance to the Force. Now, from what all we know, there is a light side to the Force and a dark side to the Force. Balance would represent equality between the two. Thus, one may surmise that balance to the Force would mean that there is no more dark side and there is no more light side. There's just the Force, and everyone would use it that could in the exact same way. The other interpretation might be to consider it two opposites coexisting, such as day and night. Without one, you can't have the other. So, I guess without the light side of the Force, you can't have the dark side of the Force. That dynamic already exists, though, so it really can't be that, can it? All that leaves the audience with is a confused notion of what bringing balance to the Force even means. Now, I understand George Lucas has his personal beliefs. He's welcome to them. I'm glad he has them. He inserted them into this without having it make any narrative sense. So everyone in the Jedi seemed to be under the notion that this prophecy is guaranteed to be true. The only question anybody seems to ask is Yoda, and he just thinks it's been misread. So it looks like it's fact to them. There are no indications that any other individual has ever been under consideration for this Chosen One title. Therefore, it appears that they all believe it's Anakin. If that is indeed the case, then he has woefully underperformed his expectations. In the original trilogy, the good trilogy, he is Darth Vader. He's nothing more than a henchman in A New Hope, working underneath Grand Moff Tarkin. In The Empire Strikes Back, he's a little bit more aggressive, but he's clearly got a master. That master, the Emperor, comes into the flesh when we get to Return of the Jedi. Vader is absolutely 100% subservient to him. The prequels don't show us anything different. Anakin is always apprenticed to Obi-Wan. He is never the leader of anybody else. Yes, I understand the Clone Wars series took place, but that has nothing to do with these prequels, because number one, they came out afterwards, and number two, they exist to retroactively fix the massive number of problems the prequels had. So to bottom line all of this, the notion of the prophecy itself is silly, the idea of a chosen one who is a savior is silly, and no one understands what bringing balance to the Force means, because it would seem that balance with the return of the Sith has been brought to the Force. George tried to come up with something that sounded all cool, but it just turned convoluted instead. Big surprise. Number 40.
You underestimate my power!
Lucas's penchant for comedy gives us pause and makes us think whether or not this scene is supposed to be comedic. I mean, when I saw it for the first time, the way Anakin says power, it made me laugh. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that that wasn't the intent for this scene, but I'm not sure if George can help himself. This scene sets up the notion that in the Star Wars universe, having the high ground is the end-all be-all. Never mind that Darth Maul once had a much more significant level of high ground against Obi-Wan and still was defeated. And how convenient for Anakin to just jump right over Obi-Wan the way he wants it. And how convenient that Obi-Wan takes out his limbs but gets no part of his body otherwise. But I don't know, man. Anakin seems to come off more as a villain from something like Inspector Gadget or another 80s cartoon. But I guess since he's the chosen one, he got to survive not only that attack by Obi-Wan, but getting burned alive by lava. Go figure. Number 39.
Don't you see? We don't have to run away anymore. I have brought peace to the Republic. I am more powerful than the Chancellor. I can overthrow him. And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
I don't believe what I'm hearing. Obi-Wan was right. You've changed.
I don't want to hear any more about Obi-Wan. The Jedi turned against me. Don't you turn against me?
I don't know you anymore. Anakin, you're breaking my heart. You're going down a path I can't follow.
A little credit where it's due here. Natalie Portman's performance in a vacuum is very good. However, we're not in a vacuum and she's speaking these lines. So Padme can't believe what she's hearing from Anakin. Well, what did he say? In a very soothing tone, he says he has brought peace to the Republic. Notice he didn't call it the Empire. By bringing peace, that means the Clone War is over. This is what she wanted. This is what everybody wanted. He suggests overthrowing the Chancellor, again, not calling him the Emperor. That might be a little aggressive, but he is the problem. Lastly, he decides that they, together, should run the galaxy and make things the way they want it to be. Now, Padme has served as a ruler before. She was the governmental executive, so to speak, of Naboo. She might not have the ambition to rule the entire galaxy in the same way, but the idea here is that Anakin has given them an out to live the life they want. Instead of being married in secret, they can be open and happy about their relationship. Now, that's one way to receive Anakin's words, and maybe she didn't receive them in such a positive manner. That's fine, but for her to now all of a sudden believe that he is this horrible person based on these lines doesn't compute. She says Obi-Wan was right. This is what Obi-Wan told her.
I have seen a security hologram of him killing younglings.
So killing younglings didn't turn her away from Anakin. This isn't the first time he slaughtered a village of Tusken Raiders, and she was fine with that. So it seems like Lucas has made Padme okay with Anakin slaughtering innocents. But the second he wants to have a little bit more power in government and share that with her and to eliminate the Sith Lord, that's too much. That's now a path she can't follow. Then Anakin gets super aggressive out of nowhere with his tone, and then Padme, again, we want to restate that she delivers these lines wonderfully, but the "you're breaking my heart" is very cringe. In other words, as is usually the case, Lucas didn't know how to wrap any of this up, so he just went with it. Number 38.
Next time, try not to lose it.
Yes, Master.
This weapon is your life.
Oh boy. There's a notion out there. I'm not sure I can call it a prevailing notion, but there is a notion that George Lucas, creator of Star Wars, doesn't understand Star Wars. This all began when he was tinkering with the original trilogy, especially the special editions that came out in 1997. Also, several behind-the-scenes videos display Lucas not knowing the names of his own characters and calling lightsabers laser swords. When a young Anakin sees Qui-Gon's lightsaber and refers to it as a laser sword, that's one thing. That's coming out of the mouth of that character. He might not know any better. It looks like a laser sword, so that's what I'm going to call it. But it's firmly established in the Star Wars universe that the weapon itself is called a lightsaber. Now, it's pretty clear that the lightsaber is important to the Jedi. However, the Jedi are not warriors. Whereas a soldier in an army's weapon would be his life, that should not be the case for the Jedi. We get that Obi-Wan is presenting a teachable moment here to Anakin. These were necessary throughout the movie because we never actually did get to see Anakin's training. But of all the things Obi-Wan could have said, instead of "this weapon is your life," he could have said "this weapon is your protection. This weapon is your shield. This weapon is your sanctuary. This weapon brings you security. This weapon keeps you safe." These are off the top of my head, but not "this weapon is your life." But since that is what he said, we are now to believe that Anakin and the rest of the Jedi are simply warriors out there taking care of things with a lightsaber. So much for everything we learned about the Jedi in the original trilogy. The good trilogy. Number 37.
Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy!
If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
I'm actually pretty surprised that George Lucas didn't just insert quotes from George W. Bush instead of filming this scene. I think if he could have gotten away with it, he would have. Agree or disagree with the sentiment, this is clearly George Lucas inserting, at the time, current day politics into Star Wars, where it clearly doesn't belong. That said, the line itself is very much a non sequitur. It has no business in this weird conversation that Obi-Wan and Anakin are having. After referring to the Republic when speaking to Padme, all of a sudden now when speaking to Obi-Wan, it's the Empire. But we already know that Lucas can't write consistently. The problem here, besides being misplaced and poorly delivered, is that it's feckless. It shouldn't have any impact on Obi-Wan's thought process whatsoever. He already knows what Anakin's done. He already knows that Anakin's turned. Whereas earlier in this countdown, I may have taken Obi-Wan's next line and mushed these two together as a form of cheating, his next line is so bad that it deserves its own spot in the countdown. And here it is. Number 36.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
How 6 words strung together can be so stupid is a trick that only George Lucas can pull off. Let's start off with Obi-Wan's expression before he even says a word. Anakin says, "You're either with me or you're my enemy." And this blows Obi-Wan's mind. It seems Obi-Wan forgets that he's seen footage of Anakin killing younglings, which, by the way, is killing children. Star Wars doesn't want to use that terminology, I imagine. He's just walked in on Anakin choking Padme, not just the love of his life, but the woman who's carrying what he believes to be his child, but is actually carrying his children. Anakin has just told him that he does not fear the dark side. And earlier on, he straight up tells Padme to her face that Anakin has joined the dark side. But it's this moment, that Obi-Wan comes to the realization that Anakin is a Sith. Let's take a moment to point out the irony that saying something like only a Sith deals in absolutes is in itself an absolute. The implication from this is that non-Sith deal in non-absolutes, or nuance. The Jedi have been presented to us as the opposite of the Sith. Do we think the Jedi deal in nuance?
You must trust my judgment, Your Highness.
The Queen is not.
Queen trusts my judgment, young handmaiden. You should too.
Impossible. The Sith have been extinct for a millennium.
Our own counsel we will keep on who is ready.
And I can only protect you. I can't fight a war for you.
We're here to protect you, Senator, not to start an investigation. Be mindful of your thoughts, Anakin. They betray you. You've made a commitment to the Jedi Order, a commitment not easily broken.
This weapon is your life.
Your apprentice is the only one who can bring the Force back into balance.
The fear of loss is a path to the dark side. Rejoice for those around you who transform into the Force. Mourn them, do not. Miss them, do not. Attachment leads to jealousy.
The Council will make up its own mind who is to go, not the Chancellor.
The oppression of the Sith will never return.
I will not kill Anakin.
Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine is evil!
Please keep in mind that there are more lines I could have used, but they're coming up later in the countdown and I don't want to engage in any spoilers. And serving as the umbrella over all this supposed nuance is this. Number 35.
Now, Lord Vader, go and bring peace to the Empire.
I can't watch anymore.
Destroy the Sith. We must.
It's actually quite surprising that Lucas didn't have Yoda say something like, "Destroy the Sith, we absolutely must." But even in the absence of that specific word, let there be absolutely zero doubt that what Yoda said is an absolute. Obi-Wan tells us that only a Sith deals in absolutes. So is Yoda a Sith? No, we don't believe that. But it sure makes what Obi-Wan says sound ridiculous, and that's what brings this line down. In a vacuum, again, it would be just fine. That would seem like a worthy endeavor. You know, the Jedi are the good guys, the Sith are the bad guys. The good guys are saying we need to destroy the bad guys. But because the prequel trilogy makes a convoluted mess of the Jedi, this line places a spotlight on everything that's wrong with them. Number 34.
Just help me save Padme's life. I can't live without her.
To cheat death is a power only one has achieved. But if we work together, I know we can discover the secret.
I pledge myself to your teachings.
Before we dive into this scene, we need to dip back into another one, which has been edited for time and clarity.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? He had such a knowledge of the dark side, he could even keep the ones he cared about from dying.
What happened to him?
Unfortunately, he taught his apprentice everything he knew. Then his apprentice killed him in his sleep.
Is it possible to learn this power?
Not from a Jedi.
We've already discussed how this conversation with Palpatine should be sending the alarm bells off in Anakin's head. Clearly that doesn't happen. The excuse might be that, okay, he's considering joining the dark side at this very moment, but when he truly discovers that Palpatine is the Sith Lord, he takes out his lightsaber, tells him that he'd like to kill him, and then tells him he's going to turn him into the Jedi. The latter of which he does. So it's perfectly clear that at this point in time, Anakin is completely clueless and oblivious to the fact that Palpatine is not only a Sith Lord, but has any connection to the dark side of the Force whatsoever. But I guess he figures it all out just in time to become an accomplice to the murder of Jedi Master Mace Windu. All of this based on a story of which he has zero proof. Now we've come down to crunch time, the moment of truth. So let's do this thing, he must be thinking. I've got a pregnant wife who I've had premonitions of dying. In childbirth, mind you. I finally put two and two together and figured out that you are the apprentice that killed Darth Plagueis. You said he taught you everything he knows, so we can get out there and save Padme. Oh, he doesn't know. It's still a secret. So what at this point is stopping Anakin from either A, going after Palpatine himself, B, walking out of there, or C, at least questioning why they killed Mace Windu? Instead, his very pregnant wife, whose Anakin's premonitions tell him dies in childbirth, has to now wait around for them to discover this secret. But in the meantime, Anakin's going to go out and commit mass murder across the galaxy, including Jedi children. I guess the message here is that Anakin's love for Padme is so strong that he's willing to wipe out an entire organization of Jedi. That's not really a great message. I mean, I guess it's one thing in a romantic notion to say to your partner that I would die for you, I would kill for you. But he actually went out and did it, big time. So at the end of the day, Anakin turned to the dark side, became Darth Vader, helped solidify Palpatine as the Emperor, and he did it all through an empty promise which he never questioned once. Number 33.
Are you an angel?
What?
An angel.
We have a list within a list. We now proudly present to you the top 10 best meet-cutes of all time. Number 10. Kumail wonders why Emily is heckling him. Number 9. Aladdin spots Jasmine across a crowded marketplace. Number 8. Tula can't stop staring at Ian. Number 7. Stella turns Winston down for disco night. Number 6. Henry offers his toothpick to Lucy. Number 5. Sam and Annie meet atop the Empire State Building. Number 4. Vivian gives Edward directions to Beverly Hills. Number 3. Forrest and Jenny meet on the school bus. Number 2. Harry and Sally drive together from Chicago to New York. And at number 1, Anakin asks Padme if she's an angel. While this scene takes place in The Phantom Menace, I need to reference the Mr. Plinkett reviews of Revenge of the Sith. That review does an excellent job of pointing out that there's a big tonal issue in Revenge of the Sith, but that carries over to all the movies. Lucas doesn't seem to know whether or not it's an action-adventure, a thriller, a romantic comedy. Of course, there's a place for romance in movies such as these, Han and Leia being an exceptional example. Several major differences here. First of all, Han and Leia were already adults when they met. Second of all, their relationship seemed to grow organically. Leia went from not liking Han at all to falling in love with him. Right from the get-go, this relationship, which starts out between a 9-year-old boy and a 14-year-old girl, yes, I understand they don't get together until later, is force-fed down our throats. Clearly, it gets much worse as the movies go on, but this was the origin point, and with a line as cliche as, "Are you an angel?" representation on this top 100 is just as legitimate as its placement at number 1 on the other list was sarcastic. Number 32.
I will not let you give up your future for me.
You are asking me to be rational. That is something I know I cannot do. Believe me, I wish that I could just wish away my feelings. But I can't.
Fair warning, we're starting to get into the meat and potatoes of the Anakin and Padme romance. Right from the beginning here, it seems like Lucas has a bit of a Freudian slip. Yeah, this whole romance is not rational. But let's go ahead and take it from the perspective that Lucas is intending. That Anakin, a young man who hasn't been exposed to a greater world outside of the Jedi, is deeply in love with Padme, and asking him to leave her or to stop loving her would be irrational. Shouldn't seem like that would be too hard. I know that Obi-Wan tells Anakin that he's made a commitment and it's not easily broken when speaking about the Jedi. But at the beginning of the movie, they speak quite fondly of Count Dooku, a former Jedi. So maybe Anakin should find out how Dooku got out. Clearly he wasn't expelled because, again, they speak fairly highly of him. Or maybe Anakin just gets himself expelled anyway. If this is the problem between him and Padme having a long, happy life together, it shouldn't be a problem to fix that. Now, Padme says that she won't let him give up his future. The implication here is that, yeah, she's kind of into the idea, but she doesn't want to be responsible for him not being a Jedi, which was his initial life goal. Padme, I hate to break it to you, he's got a new life goal, and it's you. So why all the turmoil? Why all the frustration? What's so forbidden about all of this? Why should Anakin wish away his feelings? By the way, another line that could have gone through some drafts. Emotional repressment like that isn't good for anybody, Jedi or otherwise. But all of that begs the bigger question. What feelings? Really, what feelings? You knew this girl when you were 9 years old. 10 years later, you meet her again. You've already decided that this is the one for you. That's a little bit unhealthy. You don't know her. You are not giving her agency in this. And to top it all off, as many people have pointed out, I know I'm not the first one, my goodness, Padme, what are you wearing? There's so much more Anakin and Padme stuff left. For as terrible as this is among the more benign quotes we're gonna find. Worse to come, trust me. Number 31.
This baby will change our lives. I doubt the Queen will continue to allow me to serve in the Senate.
It's fully established that the Jedi aren't allowed to have attachments. Therefore, Anakin having a baby would be a big no-no. I guess the rules are the same for senators, right? Well,
My wife and I will take the girl. We've always talked of adopting a baby girl.
this is Bail Organa, the adoptive father of who would become Princess Leia, an early founder of the Rebel Alliance, and a senator from the planet Alderaan. Padme has mentioned to Anakin on several occasions that one of the reasons their relationship won't work is because she's a senator. Well, Bail Organa's a senator, he's got himself a wife. And now he's talking about adopting a child, incidentally Padme's child. So why is it that Padme having a baby would disqualify her from serving in the Senate? If I didn't know any better, and who's to say that I don't, I would say this is a bit of a sexist policy. There's no indication whatsoever that Padme would reveal that Anakin's the father. In fact, it seems more likely than not, if not an almost certainty, that she will not reveal that Anakin is the father. So why would she be kicked out of the Senate? This makes no sense. Unless we consider the fact that this is a sexist policy. Man senator may have wife and child, woman senator may not. Also, we've got to address the idea that the Queen herself can single-handedly prevent Padme from serving in the Senate. Let's take a look at this. In Attack of the Clones, Padme tells Anakin that she couldn't turn the Queen down when she asked Padme to serve in the Senate. This probably means that she got appointed. It could mean that she asked her to run for office, but it doesn't sound like that's the case. Now, senators being appointed is not a new thing. Up until about 100 years ago in the United States, senators were elected by state legislatures. A governor can appoint a senator directly if there is a vacancy, but at no point can a governor single-handedly prevent a senator who's already serving from continuing to serve. There is a word for that, and that word is undemocratic. And here in the Star Wars universe, as part of the Greater Republic, all these people can do is glow on and go on about their precious democracy. Well, they're certainly not putting it into practice, at least not on Naboo. So really, in one sentence, George Lucas was able to demonstrate two things. Number one, that either the Republic or the Star Wars galaxy at whole is sexist, and number two, democracy is merely a term of art and nothing more. Number 30.
Be mindful of your feelings.
Your thoughts dwell on your mother.
I miss her.
Afraid to lose her, I think.
What has that got to do with anything?
Everything. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
Poor George. He tries so hard, he really does, to sound profound. Alas.
You have failed me for the last time.
Okay, so it's nowhere near the last time, but that line's too cool. Had to use it. Anyway, we must once again defer to the Mr. Plinkett reviews when it comes to this scene. They do an excellent job of breaking down the concepts of fear, hate, anger, suffering, and how they're all kind of the same. The real pattern of logic looks like this. That's a chicken, that's an egg, that's an omelet. You know what that is. Now, when Yoda is warning Luke about the dark side in The Empire Strikes Back, he has really good reason to. Darth Vader was once a Jedi Knight who fell to the dark side and helped hunt down and destroy the Jedi. At this point in time, the Sith have been believed to be extinct for a millennium, so there's not so much to worry about the dark side anymore. Now, there's something to be said for being vigilant, I understand that. But you just get the sense that Lucas kept on cramming this dark side stuff in there because he thinks it's foreshadowing. So fear is really not the path to the dark side. It seems like it's just the first turn on a road trip, because fear leads to anger, then anger leads to hate, then hate leads to suffering, and I guess suffering creates the dark side? Is there another step? You tried, George. You tried. You didn't make any sense. You tried. Number 29.
What's wrong, Annie?
I killed them. I killed them all. They're dead. Every single one of them. And not just the men, but the women. And the children, too. They're like animals, and I slaughtered them like animals. I hate them.
Right before I got to work on creating this countdown, I visualized in my mind what the top 10 or 15 might look like. I absolutely imagined that this speech would fall into the top 10. It's only here at number 29. That tells you what we have left. But let's focus on the here and now and on this speech. I'll leave it up to all of you to decide whether or not I cheated here. Yes, this was more than one line, but it was also uninterrupted, so I consider it a single line of dialogue. Where to begin with this one? First of all, it should be said that outside these prequels, Hayden Christensen is a quality actor. For whatever reason, this material, maybe this direction, didn't jive, and Hayden didn't come off his best on this. Let there be no doubt, this material is bad. But, unfortunately, Hayden Christensen gave us nothing here to make us believe that this character would one day become Darth Vader. Lucas certainly tries his hardest at the end of this by throwing the Darth Vader theme out there. I don't know, does that mean we're supposed to believe he's Darth Vader at this moment? Were we supposed to believe that this was the moment he fell to the dark side? Because the first time I saw this movie, I certainly thought so. The fact that the Darth Vader theme was playing crystallized that for me. But I guess that wasn't it. False alarm, y'all. Now, we cannot discount the fact that this young man is deeply in mourning. He has just found his mother with her last breath. She died in his arms. We have to consider this a murder by the Tusken Raiders, no question. Anybody would be upset in this situation. I'm very thankful that in my life nothing like this has happened, and I would pray that it hasn't happened in anyone who's listening to this. But somewhere out there, something similar to this has happened. You don't too often hear about that person taking out vengeance on an entire village. That can be a decent plot device for some kind of action movie, but it doesn't fit this movie, not in the slightest. Of course, if we were doing any actual character development in these prequels, then Anakin's reaction to this should have been basically nothing. He should have been stoic about it. He should have just walked away. It would have never left him, It would have stayed inside of him. And then, when the moment started arriving for him to fall to the dark side, this and everything else he's built up would come flying out all at once. By taking this action and by delivering this speech in the manner he does, we already believe Anakin to be bad. Yes, he's justified in his anger, but go ahead and pick out any character from the Star Wars universe and see if this thing happened to them and they weren't already evil, that they would react this way. They absolutely would not. Luke Skywalker sure didn't. So the only conclusion is that Anakin is already evil and probably always has been evil, and he is hiding that evil under the shroud of being a Jedi. There is no tragedy here. This is why when Anakin does turn to the dark side, it's ineffectual. And well, since that was basically the entire premise of the prequel trilogy, this is one of the reasons why it failed so spectacularly. Number 28.
There's a settlement.
Land near the outskirts. You don't want to attract attention.
So you're telling me you don't want to attract attention, huh? Alright, it's come to this, guys. I'm sorry, but it has to be done.
No, Misa, stay. Misa caught Jar Jar Binks. You saved my again.
What's this?
A local.
Big Government! Huge OT! Where is it going?
Don't worry. The Force will guide us.
Oh, Maxie bit the Force. Well, that smells stinky with.
Losing power.
Oh, no. He's dying here.
Just relax. We're not in trouble yet.
What yet? Monsters out there, leaking in here, all sinking and no power? When are you thinking we're in trouble?
Power's back.
Huh?
Relax.
You overdid it.
And that's just a Jar Jar sampling up to the point that Qui-Gon speaks this line. Obi-Wan knows what's up.
Now stay here and keep out of trouble.
From the moment that Palpatine ordered the Trade Federation to kill Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, Qui-Gon's been in charge of everything that's been going on. It was his plan to stow away on Federation ships heading down to Naboo. He did the Jedi mind trick on Boss Nass and got the transport. He's the one that brought Jar Jar Binks. He led the way toward the Queen's rescue, and he's the one that wanted to run the blockade. He is most certainly in charge here, so it's just baffling to see him continually make dumb decision after dumb decision. Why in God's name is he going into Tatooine, not wanting to draw attention, and bringing Jar Jar Binks with him? Let's go ahead and just say it now, we all know this is true. Jar Jar is loud, Jar Jar is obnoxious, Jar Jar stands out in the crowd, and Jar Jar is very clumsy. He is the exact opposite of what you need if you're trying to be inconspicuous. But I guess George wanted Jar Jar to go on a little adventure. It's certainly understandable that you want some people to stay behind on the ship. You believe the Queen is there. Of course, the real Queen is Padme, but they don't know that, because Jedi powers only come into play when George really needs them to. It's also entirely possible, and was probably the smart decision, for Qui-Gon to go into town on his own. He's a Jedi Master. What kind of backup does he really need? It's not like Jar Jar and R2 are going to provide it, and those were his original traveling companions. If he really wanted backup, he would have brought Obi-Wan. On the surface, a decision like this, a line like this, don't really seem to add up to much, but it just lets you know how dumb Qui-Gon Jinn is, and he is the wise Jedi Master, the mentor to Obi-Wan Kenobi that we'd never heard of. It seems like every time he opens his mouth, it makes us question why his character exists. I think at the end of the day, Lucas had a chance to get Liam Neeson to play in one of his movies, which is a great get, by the way. Liam Neeson's a tremendous actor, and he decided he had to make a role for him. And he pushed Yoda off to the side and made Yoda some distant head of the Jedi Council who also doesn't know what he's talking about. And you wonder why people hate the prequels. Number 27.
Hold me. Like you did by the lake on Naboo. So long ago when there was nothing but our love. No politics, no plotting, no war.
Believe it or not, there's a scene just like this in the original trilogy. Well, not just like it. I'm sorry.
Hold me.
Well, this is going to be about as fair as putting an NFL team up against a Pop Warner team, but the comparison now begins. Leia has an exceptional argument to be the strongest, toughest, and bravest character in the original trilogy, and all of Star Wars for that matter. She doesn't have the swashbuckling, blaster-wielding, smuggler experience of Han Solo. She doesn't have the training and guidance of luminaries such as Obi-Wan Kenobi and Yoda that Luke has. Yet, she puts herself out there just as much as these two guys do. The idea, I think, was for Padme, being Leia's mother, to have similar qualities. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. Oh, Lucas tries to do that here and there, but it really never works. Now let's compare these two scenes directly. Preceding Padme's request that she be held was a quick 1-minute conversation about whether or not the war is justified, where Anakin kinda calls her a separatist. Nothing really goes down. But Lucas decides to go ahead and reduce Padme to a puddle anyway and asks Anakin to hold her. Now, preceding Leia's request, oh my goodness, Luke dropped a lot on her in about a couple of minutes. Luke tells her that Darth Vader is his father, and that she is his sister, which also makes Darth Vader her father. Then he says he has to go face Vader. He leaves, and Han comes in frustrated. He's about to walk out on Leia. So in a very short period of time, she finds out who her brother is, who her father is, who happens to be a very evil man, and the man that she loves is about to walk out on her. Luckily, Han turns around and apologizes. After all of that, yeah, I don't care how tough you are, how brave you are, how strong you are, you're going to need a little emotional support. Her request that she be held is completely justified. And of course, all she has to do is say, "Hold me." Unfortunately, because Lucas has to tell us every last detail that's in his mind, Padme has to go on a rant while asking to be held. Hold me like you did at Naboo. When did this happen? We don't remember a time where Padme and Anakin were together and there wasn't some kind of strife. But sure, why not? I guess Jackie Collins might approve of this line. And of course, the whole thing's just nauseating. It's nauseating. We haven't bought these two as a couple. This was yet another moment in the prequel trilogy where I'm assuming the intent was not to make me laugh, but sure as hellfire it did when I saw it for the first time. Hold me. Hold me. Number 26.
More and more star systems are joining the Separatists.
If they do break away,
I will not let this republic that has stood for 1,000 years be split in two.
You know, for a guy who's constantly going for callbacks to the original trilogy, the good trilogy, Lucas sure does get a lot of it wrong. In this scene, Palpatine states that the Republic has been together for 1,000 years. But Obi-Wan said this in A New Hope.
For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic. Before the Dark Times. Before the Empire.
So, somebody's got to be wrong here. It's either Palpatine or Obi-Wan. Now, Palpatine is the head of the government, the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic, a position equal to the President of the United States. Here is the current President of the United States with the other 5 living former presidents. Now, whatever you think of these guys, you may hate them all, you may love them all, you may hate some while loving the others. This isn't a list of Einsteins here. They're capable human beings, obviously to varying degrees, but they're not what you would call geniuses. Yet, to a man, you'd believe that every single one of them would know that the United States has existed for approximately 250 years. You're not going to hear them come out and say that it's existed for 250 generations. So, let's just go ahead and say Palpatine is right. That would mean that Obi-Wan is wrong. Now, he was pretty specific. He said they have been the guardians of the Republic for 1,000 generations. Had he just said the guardians of the galaxy, that would have been okay. We wouldn't have this discrepancy. But he was specific, and he marked the end of that with the beginning of the Empire. Obi-Wan's been a lifelong Jedi. He's one of the few that survived the Jedi Purge, so you would think that in order to keep the Jedi information intact, he would definitely know his stuff. So we now have to assume that Obi-Wan is right. So how is that possible? How can one of them be right and the other one be right? Who's wrong? Oh. You know, there's a little thing called peer review. Even the biggest, brightest minds in the history of the world have used it. You write something, you have someone else check it, and maybe they can find silly little mistakes like these. Number 20. Wait, hold up. There's always been one other in-universe issue I've had with this scene. So what if a few systems want to leave the Republic? That shouldn't be a problem, should it? Why should all of these systems be under one singular rule? Peacefully negotiate with them and allow them to start their own government. See how they do. There doesn't have to be war just because a few systems don't want to be in the Republic anymore. That never made any sense to me. Okay, let's get back to it. Number 25. Yeah, no one's even said a word yet, and I'm already squirming with discomfort. Alrighty, on with it. Yeah, it's not getting any better.
From the moment I met you, all those years ago.
You mean when you were 9 and she was 14?
Not a day has gone by when I haven't thought of you. And now that I'm with you again.
You're super stoked, right? Because she turned out pretty hot, and you're old enough now, so... Yay!
I'm in agony.
Oh, that's right. Anakin's an angsty teenager. That's the direction this is going. She is so uncomfortable.
The closer I get to you, the worse it gets. The thought of not being with you. I can't breathe.
I get it. He loses her, he becomes Darth Vader, and he needs that thingy to breathe, right? Ow!
I'm haunted by the kiss that you should never have given me.
I don't know, brother. You were going after that kiss pretty hard.
My heart is beating, hoping that that kiss will not become a scar.
Alright, man, she is literally starting to back away. At what point are we calling HR?
You are in my very soul, tormenting me.
Now available at a limited time low price, George Lucas's Book of Clichés!
What can I do? I will do anything that you ask.
Sure you will, Bubba. Sure you will. Haha, just kidding. That was the end of it. Sorry to make you go through all that. I thought I'd break up the monotony a little bit. There isn't too much more to say about all this. It's just terrible. Nobody talks like this. And if somebody did, nobody would take it seriously. And we're to believe that the world's greatest romance sprung from this. Sorry, George. Moving on. Number 24.
I am concerned for my Padawan. He is not ready to be given this assignment on his own yet.
Obi-Wan is worried about Anakin taking on an assignment on his own. Well, what is that assignment?
What about Senator Amidala? She will still need protecting.
Handle that. Your Padawan will.
Anakin, escort the Senator back to her home planet of Naboo. She'll be safer there.
That doesn't seem like anything too overly difficult. Anakin's clearly a very strong Jedi. He can handle protecting one senator, especially on her own home planet. So what's Obi-Wan's complaint?
The Council is confident in its decision, Obi-Wan.
The boy has exceptional skills.
But he still has much to learn, Master. His abilities have made him, well, arrogant.
This is the equivalent of Obi-Wan filing an unofficial complaint against Anakin getting this assignment. He's not ready, he has much to learn. How much more does one need to learn about protecting somebody? Yeah, it's kind of a life or death situation as it pertains to Padme, but imagine sending him on some sensitive top secret mission where maybe hundreds or thousands of lives were at stake. This might be some cause for concern. And here you got Mace Windu, who's probably been Anakin's biggest detractor from day one, saying he has exceptional skills. That's undeniable. I think we all understand that Anakin is a highly skilled Jedi. He has all these skills, he can be put to better use, but protection it is. Obi-Wan calls Anakin arrogant, but can't quite put his word to it. He's not even sure about that. So, should Obi-Wan be concerned? Well, yeah, here's why.
You seem a little on edge.
Not at all.
I haven't felt you this tense since we fell into that nest of Gundarks. You're sweating. Relax. Take a deep breath.
I haven't seen her in 10 years, Master.
Annie? My goodness, you've grown.
So have you. Grown more beautiful, I mean. She hardly even recognized me, Jar Jar. I've thought about her every day since we've parted, and she's forgotten me completely.
You're focusing on the negative, Anakin. Be mindful of your thoughts. She was pleased to see us.
I'd much rather dream about Padme. Just being around her again is intoxicating.
We have two choices here. Choice number one, Obi-Wan is a complete and total idiot. Choice number two, Obi-Wan knows for a fact that Anakin wants to read that senator's briefs. There is nothing in between. So because Obi-Wan doesn't bring up this little fact that Anakin is head over heels, whatever for Padme, we have to assume he's a complete and total idiot, right? I don't know, maybe he just forgot about the whole him being in love with her thing. Who knows? One more little minor thing, I don't know, what's the point of the whole Jedi mentor-apprentice relationship if the Council can just make decisions for the apprentice? I don't know, small thing. Big picture on this one though, y'all. Obi-Wan is an idiot. Well, I guess Obi-Wan's not the idiot. Number 23.
Corday. Lady. I'm so sorry. I failed you, Senator. No.
Poor Corday. Poor Corday. They gave you one line in this entire trilogy, and it's terrible. So at the end of the movie The Bodyguard, Kevin Costner's character literally takes a bullet for Whitney Houston's character. I don't remember him apologizing for that. 'Cause, you know, that's literally his job. It's right there in the name. Bodyguard. In The Phantom Menace, Padme describes Sabe as her decoy and her bodyguard. We have to imagine poor Corday has the same job. So, she literally did her job to the best of her ability. But she apologizes and tells Padme she failed her. There's just no more words to describe that. I'd like to take the opportunity to point out that Padme seems to not care at all about all the other people to die. She just went to Corday, dropped her some love, and ran off. Screw everybody else, right? This is the first scene of the movie. What a trendsetter that was. Number 22.
They must be dead by now. Destroy what's left of them.
As per usual, Mr. Plinkett does an excellent job of deconstructing this scene, in which he calls this specific line the dumbest in the whole movie. I've got a few that rank higher than this, but this is definitely a strong contender. As Mr. Plinkett so deftly points out, the Jedi need breathing apparatuses in order to swim down to the Gunga SeaWorld, as he called it. That means the Jedi can only hold their breath for a short period of time, probably no longer than any other human being. That means there's no significant passage of time here. Newt Gunray ordered the droids almost immediately after sending in the poisonous gas to go in there and destroy what's left of the almost certainly dead Jedi. This makes no sense. It's just Lucas's convoluted way of getting us to our first action scene involving Jedi with their lightsabers, which is what everyone wanted to see, right? And just like our previous entry, this is the first scene of the movie. Another wonderful trendsetter. Anyway, yeah, this is just dumb. We gotta move on. Number 21.
This is a dangerous situation, Your Highness. Our security volunteers will be no match against the battle-hardened Federation army.
Look at that face. Just look at that face. Yep, that's about my reaction to hearing this line. This is what a battle-hardened army might look like. This is what the Federation army looks like. As you can clearly see, they are robots. Yeah, specifically they're droids, but at the end of the day they're robotic, as in they're not human. They're like C-3PO or R2-D2. How, in the name of all that is good, can robots or droids be considered battle-hardened when they can be turned off by a switch? But it sounded good, right, George? When you wrote down, ooh, the battle-hardened army, that sounds great. It sounded good. They're droids. And poor Panaka here. He was actually outside of Palpatine, the one character in this movie I had a chance to get behind. Even in the theater for the first time, just for a moment or two, I thought this might be Denzel Washington. I wouldn't say that actor Hugh Quarshire is exactly a dead ringer for Washington, but it's close, and on first glance it looks like it could be possible. It's also a small testament to Quarshire's abilities, as obviously Washington is one of the great actors of his generation. But all that said, Lucas stuck him with this horrible line that makes no sense and no one in their right mind would ever say. Well, no one would ever say it, but someone would certainly write it down to make somebody else say. Number 20.
The Force is unusually strong with him. That much is clear. Who was his father?
There was no father. I carried him, I gave birth, I raised him. I can't explain what happened.
Neither can anybody else, Shmi. Well, we're getting into the true nitty-gritty of awfulness. We have reached the top 20. And we start the top 20 with the revelation that Anakin Skywalker is in fact a messiah. Here's what I think happened. George Lucas wrote the original Star Wars movie, which he later named A New Hope, and he did a good job with the movie. Obviously, it spawned a franchise. He threw Darth Vader in there and made him a fallen Jedi to give Obi-Wan Kenobi a conflict. Perfect. He was a cool-looking character. He got James Earl Jones to do the voice, which made the character even better. But he was clearly the third fiddle antagonist. The Emperor does not appear in this movie, but his presence is felt, as it is mentioned he dissolves the Imperial Senate. The main antagonist of A New Hope is Grand Moff Tarkin. This isn't to downplay Vader's role in the movie. He definitely serves a huge role. I mean, he kills Obi-Wan Kenobi. But when the movie was over, Tarkin does not survive, but Vader does, and all of a sudden Vader becomes a very popular character with the fan base. Again, as we mentioned, he looked great, he sounded great, he was a bad guy Jedi. People like that. That made him more prominent in the next two movies, where of course we get the mind-blowing revelation that he is in fact Luke Skywalker's father. And it was incredibly interesting to see Luke assist Vader, now going again by Anakin Skywalker, in his redemption. All of that, of course, was great, and we loved it, we ate it up, and we were looking forward to the idea that because these movies were titled Episodes 4, 5, and 6, that there might be an Episode 1, 2, and 3, and everybody speculated that it would focus on Anakin Skywalker, and that's exactly what we got. What nobody expected was that this henchman of the Empire, this apprentice to the true master, the Emperor, would all of a sudden now become the chosen one, as Lucas wants to call him. But when you give him immaculate creation, no, he's a messiah. And the trouble with something like this is, it's very difficult to truly explain in a short period of time, but we could properly spend an hour talking about why this doesn't work. Naturally, we're going to take the shorter route, of course. Now, it must be stated, and we did talk about this a bit earlier in the countdown, but the clear parallel in our real world between Anakin Skywalker is 100% Jesus Christ. Now, Lucas did take the story in a different direction, so it wasn't a complete carbon copy, but its origins are certainly the same. What Lucas was asking us, the audience, to do was to take what we knew about Anakin Skywalker / Darth Vader from the original trilogy. That being that he was a cunning warrior, just seemingly a run-of-the-mill Jedi, maybe a little bit more powerful than everybody else, who then fell to the dark side and became an apprentice. Where in that story do we get anything resembling a Messiah or a chosen one or an all-powerful being that is the beginning, the middle, and the end? It's just not there. And Lucas already has a problem with overpowering the Jedi in this prequel trilogy, and then he goes and makes Anakin even more powerful than that. So anytime he has any kind of flaw, which is something you want in a character, it doesn't seem to jive, because he shouldn't have a flaw. And it doesn't help that Qui-Gon knows this information, has every reason to believe that Shmi is telling him the truth, and he takes Anakin to the Jedi Council and doesn't mention this. He vaguely refers to him as the Chosen One because of the power he has, but he doesn't tell them that he was born immaculately. You think that would pique the Jedi's interest just a little bit? You don't think the Council would take deeper into consideration what they can do with someone like this? And it just gets left unsaid. So, I don't even know anymore. It's just time to move on. Number 19.
Anakin did not take to his new assignment with much enthusiasm.
It's very dangerous putting them together. I don't think the boy can handle it. I don't trust him.
I mean, I don't think there's too much to say here, right? We can just kind of stare at Picard's reaction and get everything we need. But let's go ahead and take a quick swing at it. The assignment to which Obi-Wan refers is Anakin being charged with spying on the Chancellor. Now, the Jedi Council made this decision. If you don't trust him, if you don't think he can handle it, if you think it's dangerous to put them together, why did you do it? And Yoda's over here just looking perplexed, like he has no idea what planet or what galaxy, I guess in this case, he is in. One of the saddest things that took place in this entire prequel trilogy is what happened to Yoda's character. But anyway, Obi-Wan said Anakin didn't take well to it. So what's Mace worried about? It's not like Anakin was jumping for joy to get partnered up with Palpatine. The whole thing's confusing, man. Basically, Mace, you're an idiot. You might be the biggest idiot on the council. You do have some competition for sure, but it's going to be tough to beat you. If only what's-his-name was on the council, then you may be spared. Number 18.
Medically, she's completely healthy. For reasons we can't explain, we are losing her.
She's dying.
We don't know why. She has lost the will to live.
Well, you may have a medical degree, or whatever it is they give droids, but you don't have a common sense degree, because you done told them twice you don't know why, and then you explained why. She's lost the will to live. Now, if you said it like this,
we don't know why. She has lost the will to live.
Then it would just be a reiteration of your first sentence. We don't know why she's lost the will to live. But you paused. They're two separate sentences. We don't know why. She's lost the will to live. You see the difference? And then you got Obi-Wan, the emotionless, attachmentless Jedi, who shows more emotion to this news than Bail Organa does, who's Padme's close ally in the Senate. I was half expecting Yoda to interrupt and say, "Bury your feelings you must, Obi-Wan." Remember, I don't do the voices very well. But how about Padme putting her name in the hat for Mother of the Year, huh? She's giving birth to 2 brand new babies. They're gonna need a mother. I understand you're a bit upset about Anakin, but you're gonna die of a broken heart, I guess, over that guy, the murderer, the guy that choked you. You're gonna be upset about him, and you're gonna leave your children motherless. And it's not like the kids were some abstract idea. You gave birth to them, you got to see them, you took the time to name them, and then, alright kids, I'm out of here, adios, good luck. And you truly believe there's good left in Anakin. Why don't you stick around and find out? You're just gonna die of a broken heart. A lot of people did a lot of inexcusable things in these movies. This might be the most inexcusable of them all. You're leaving your twin children motherless. And of course, we cannot forget that this scene completely and unequivocally contradicts this scene.
Leia, do you remember your mother? Your real mother?
Just a little bit. She died when I was very young.
What do you remember?
Just images, really. Feelings.
Tell me.
She was very beautiful. Kind, but sad. Why are you asking me this?
I have no memory of my mother. I never knew her.
Just remember, Lucas doesn't really care that much about the original trilogy. That's why he's constantly going back and changing it. The prequels are his baby. And if he says that Padme dies right here, she dies right here. And what Leia said means nothing. I'm pretty shocked he hasn't CGI'd a new Luke and a new Leia to have a different conversation in Return of the Jedi. No. You didn't hear that. I am not giving you ideas. No, stop. Number 17.
To be angry is to be human.
Here we go.
You're not all powerful.
Well, I should be. Someday I will be. I will even learn to stop people from dying.
Anakin.
I killed them. I killed them all. They're dead. Every single one of them. And not just the men, but the women. And the children, too. They're like animals. And I slaughtered them like animals. I hate them.
And once again, Padme's response to all of this.
To be angry is to be human.
She takes the time to gather herself, to gather her thoughts, and then to kneel down next to this monster and tell him to be angry is to be human. I know there are a lot of negative stereotypes out there involving certain women who are attracted to bad boys. I don't wish to perpetuate those stereotypes. I don't necessarily believe them to be true, but Lucas sure seems to. I don't think he's intending it. I don't think that's front of mind when he wrote this scene, but it's there. A small note here, but Padme seems like an activist type senator, an all-inclusive type senator. In the Star Wars universe, I'm not sure you would tell anyone that any kind of behavior is human, with so many other sentient species out there. So, to be angry is to be sentient? To be angry is to be alive, maybe? I don't know. Small point, though. In the big picture, Padme not only justifies Anakin's behavior, which despite his grief is unjustifiable, she enables it. Out of all the things that Padme could have responded to Anakin with, this may have been the worst thing she could have said. And it's not like Anakin never performed these kind of acts again in the future, did he? They're on your hands, Padme. Number 16.
Deliver this report to the Chancellor. His reaction will give us a clue to his intentions.
Yes, Master.
I sense a plot to destroy the Jedi. The dark side of the Force surrounds the Chancellor.
Oh my God, Becky. How have you not figured this out yet? It's time once again to point out how stupid the Jedi Council really is. Very early on in Attack of the Clones, Yoda gives this stink eye to Palpatine during an otherwise innocuous conversation. So what, I guess he sensed something? It's foreshadowing again? Looks like Yoda's got something going on in his brain, so that's number one. This scene right here, this wasn't the first time Mace has complained about Palpatine. He does it all the time. Let's call that number two. Ki-Adi-Mundi, I think I said that right, the Conehead guy, says he should be removed from office if he doesn't leave on his own. That's number three. In a clandestine manner, the Jedi Council assigns Anakin to follow the Chancellor, aka spy on him. Let's call it number four. Oh, and let's not forget what ties this all together. Count Dooku basically told Obi-Wan that Palpatine was the Sith Lord. Obviously, he didn't use those exact words, but come on, yo, how hard is this to figure out? So, Mace, you say the dark side of the Force surrounds the Chancellor. Okay, so if it's not him, who might it be? Could it be the bureaucracy? Maybe it's Mas Amedda. He seems to be Palpatine's right-hand man. Maybe he's the Dark Lord and he's controlling Palpatine. Well, Mas Amedda was also Chancellor Valorum's right-hand man. If you think it's the bureaucracy, but you want to get rid of Palpatine, then whoever comes in next is still going to have that dark side, Dark Lord hanging over him or her. This is my simple question to you, Mace Windu. You suspect a plot to destroy the Jedi. You say the dark side of the Force surrounds the Chancellor. Well, who the do you think it is? And that takes us very nicely to number 15.
Master Windu, I must talk to you.
Skywalker, we just received word that Obi-Wan has destroyed General Grievous. We're on our way to make sure the Chancellor returns emergency power back to the Senate.
He won't give up his power. I've just learned a terrible truth. I think Chancellor Palpatine is a Sith Lord.
A Sith Lord?
Yes, the one we've been looking for.
Earlier in this countdown, I showed a little montage of Samuel L. Jackson in Capital One commercials, and how he was so much more energetic in those commercials than he was in all three of these movies combined. I'm not going to go through all that again, but given this scene, I'm going to take one last opportunity in this countdown to discuss Samuel L. Jackson's flat, uninterested, flaccid, disingenuous, and quite frankly, boring performance as Mace Windu. I must stress, I do believe Samuel L. Jackson is among the probably 10 to 20 greatest actors of all time. and that it would take a special kind of script with a special kind of director to ruin that. And that's what we had in these movies. In the prior entry, I excoriated Mace Windu for not being able to figure out who the Sith Lord is. Well, Anakin lets him know, and he just seems shell-shocked. He can't believe it. Well, why not? Why can't you believe it, Mace? Everything is pointed to it. You even kind of said it yourself. The dark side of the Force surrounds the Chancellor. But what's with the clunky delivery? A Sith Lord? And if that's just not bad enough, Anakin has to follow up with yes, the one we've been looking for. I wanted more than anything in this moment for Samuel L. Jackson to break character, get some of his life and energy back, and tell him, yeah, really? I thought it was the one we weren't looking for. So was Anakin reminding the audience that the Jedi were looking for a Sith Lord? Was this still some kind of expository attempt by George Lucas? Or was he reminding Mace? Does he think Mace is an idiot? That might be possible. It's just really hard to figure out what anything means in these prequels. Anakin could have easily just said yes. He could have just nodded his head. He didn't have to repeat the question, so to speak. What did you have for dinner today? Answer, I had spaghetti for dinner today. That seems to be how George Lucas writes. Instead of just saying, I had spaghetti, or spaghetti. Now I'm getting crazy and off topic as well, man. I admitted at the beginning of this video, the very, very beginning, that this was a chore, and I hope it's not breaking me down. We do have 14 more to go. Let's do this. Number 14.
Stay here.
Yep, that was the whole line. What, you didn't hear it the first time? Okay, here it is again.
Stay here.
2 words, tied for the shortest quote in this entire top 100. 8 total letters, the shortest of all the quotes in this top 100. How could it be so bad that it ranks at number 14 overall? Let us count the ways. So what just happened here? Padme was saved from the centipedes of death by Anakin. Remember, this was after Anakin said that he could sense everything that was happening in that room, but only got to the centipedes once they were on Padme's body. Mr. We're not here to investigate discovers his inner YOLO and decides to jump out the window at the robot that released the centipedes. Anakin decides to follow, and the assassination targets, let me repeat myself, the assassination target is left to fend for herself. And Anakin just tells her to stay here. Bruh, where the hell she gonna go? I suppose it might have been better if he told her to hide, but why are you leaving her alone in the first place? You tell her to stay here. Yep, just be a target. Be a big, fat, gigantic target, please. You got one job, to protect this girl, and you can't even do it. Then, of course, all of this leads to a scene that even Michael Bay would be jealous of for its utter ridiculousness and total lack of coherence. These 2 words form the nexus, the 0000 origin as expressed as a function on a 4-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system, or basically the Sheldon's spot of this entire series of events. As audience members, we would have been wise not to adhere to Anakin's words, stay here. Number 13.
Many things will change when we reach the capital, Annie. But my caring for you will remain.
I care for you too. Only
It's your mother.
This is Sigmund Freud. Although I'm not his biggest fan, it is without question that he is the world's most famous psychiatrist. Given one of his most prominent theories, he would be a huge fan of this scene. Now, throughout this countdown, we have purposely avoided probing the origins of Anakin and Padme's love for each other. Now, Padme is going to be nearly impossible to explain, but with Anakin, it's right here to be seen. Anakin asking Padme if she's an angel is certainly their meet cute, but this is where Anakin falls in love with Padme. Now, I'm not going to give Lucas the credit for any kind of subtext in this scene, mainly because he can't write subtext, but also, I don't think it's possible that a movie that's made for kids would include this. But here it is. When Padme completes Anakin's sentence by telling him that he misses his mother, Anakin replaces his own mother with Padme, subsequently falling in love with her, making this a slight variation of Freud's Oedipal complex. A lot of people truly believe that Jake Lloyd was a terrible actor in this movie. And while I'm not going to argue that he deserves any kind of Oscar or anything, take a look at this. This is pretty good acting. The love is right there in his eyes. And please remember at this point in time that Anakin is 9 years old and Padme is 14 years old. At those ages, Padme basically represents a motherly figure to Anakin. She is certainly mothering him in this scene, and she does it more throughout the rest of the movie. So these two lines from these two characters in this scene leads us to the conclusion that George Lucas built the love story that carried the prequel trilogy, complete with marriage and the siring of offspring, off of Anakin's replacement of his mother with Padme. Yuck. Number 12. In all likelihood, the following entry is the most ridiculed line, if not just in the Star Wars prequels, then maybe in all movies. Here, it's only good enough for number 12.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Not like here. Here everything is soft and smooth.
Make no bones about it, this is awful. Just awful. I can only imagine how many takes this scene went through. I mean, someone from the crew or the actors themselves had to burst into laughter at least once. That dialogue, though, man, oh man. However, I'm cutting it a little slack, given that Anakin is an awkward teenager indoctrinated into the Jedi mythos who has been in love with Padme for 10 years in her role as his surrogate mother. Go back to the last entry if that needs further explanation. This line has been done to death, and other than pointing out the fact that it somehow worked on Padme and got her to kiss him, I'm not going to subject myself or anyone else to any deeper analysis. There's actually one more line in the prequels that I find even more ridiculous than this, and that will be coming up next. But the top 10 of this countdown is reserved for the truly damaging material that actively ruined these movies and the Star Wars universe at large beyond repair. As terrible as this is, it does not rise to that level, so it's spared the blushes of the top 10. Number 11.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
It seems in your anger, you killed her.
I couldn't have. She was alive. I felt it.
Despite everything George Lucas tried with Jar Jar Binks in The Phantom Menace, with C-3PO in Attack of the Clones, or with R2-D2 in Revenge of the Sith, this was, by far, the funniest scene in the entire Star Wars prequels. This was meant to be some big, dramatic, climactic moment, I believe, and it just turned into melodramatic nonsense. I don't think it's actually possible for anybody, on purpose, to make this more clichéic than it was. A big no. Great writing, George. This was our first proper glimpse of Darth Vader, the Darth Vader we knew and loved from the original trilogy. The good trilogy. And what did we get? We got a big blubbering mess. So as funny as this was in the moment, and believe me, it was hilarious, it became painful by the end. I actually felt bad thinking about ascribing this line to Darth Vader, so I ascribed it to Anakin Skywalker, because that's who this still is. So as silly and cringeworthy as many people believe the I don't like sand scene to be, and it is, this one is actually worse. This husk of nothingness is your chosen one. Wonderful. We have now made it to the top 10. We are at the mountaintop, heading our way toward the summit. Every single entry from here on out will receive a special designation in any given category. For example, an entry may be considered the most ridiculous line of dialogue in the trilogy, or perhaps it's the most diabolical. By achieving this reverse superlative, the entry will have truly earned its place in the top 10. Here we go. Number 10.
I fear the Senate is powerless to resolve this crisis.
We must keep our faith in the Republic. The day we stop believing democracy can work is the day we lose it.
When Padme declared that liberty dies through thunderous applause, it was George Lucas, the writer, speaking to us instead of the character of Padme. It's pretty obvious Lucas inserted that line in order to get some kind of plaudit. He wanted his own applause line. He's doing much the same here, but in Padme's case, at least it sort of flowed from what was going on. Queen Jumanji, or whatever her name is, just spits this line up out of nowhere. Lucas tried really, really hard, as he does in other parts of this trilogy, to be profound. It didn't work. The off-screen voice you hear at the beginning of this scene is that of C.O. Bibble. You may remember him from The Phantom Menace. He's talking about how Newt Gunray is still the Viceroy of the Trade Federation despite four trials in the Supreme Court. And with Padme believing that many of the Separatists would try to align themselves with the Trade Federation, that brought up C.O. Bibble's claim that he doesn't think the Senate can handle the situation. And, well, if many systems are leaving the Republic, dude sounds like he's got a point. So the Queen says she wants to place her faith in the Republic. Fine. Then she says the day we stop believing democracy will work is the day we lose it. What does that have to do with anything? In its loosest, most practical terms, democracy is the process by which people elect representatives to go to government for them. A true democracy is when the people have a say in absolutely everything. That not being feasible, the election system is put in place, which is more accurately called a republic. So George Lucas declaring to us, through this Queen character, that not believing in democracy in this moment would cause an issue, no. We're talking about procedure, maybe. Democracy has nothing to do with this conversation. Here's a list of things the Queen could have said that would have been just out of context as this. I had chicken soup with garlic bread for lunch today. Anakin's rat tail looks funny. The Jedi are weird. I really like being the queen, but this makeup is a bit much. Hey, does Harry Potter exist in this galaxy? I could really go for some of that. I don't think pregnant women should serve in the Senate. This is George Lucas at his worst. He is trying desperately again to sound profound, but he wants people to be like, yeah, that's true. We have to believe in democracy and forget about how silly everything else in the movie is, and specifically how silly this entire scene is. It's not just a platitude. It's worse than that. It's an empty platitude. And for that, this is the most platitudinous, that is a word, line in the entire prequel trilogy. And it has earned its spot here at number 10. Number 9.
Don't be afraid.
I'm not afraid to die. I've been dying a little bit each day since you came back into my life.
What are you talking about?
I love you.
You love me? I thought that we had decided not to fall in love. That we would be forced to live a lie. And that it would destroy our lives.
I think our lives are about to be destroyed anyway.
Yeah, we needed all of that dialogue. Sorry. I guess the only way to truly attack this one is to take it piece by piece, so here goes. The tone in Padme's voice when she initially tells Anakin she's not afraid to die is pretty spot on. She sounds defeated and resigned to her fate. This might be how someone would react in this situation, where it would seem like there's absolutely no way out, and panic won't do any good. However, when she starts to spill her feelings for Anakin, her tone doesn't change, not even a little bit. It seems like she is resigned to her fate and defeated over the fact that she so-called loves Anakin. How romantic! And she specifically states that it started the moment he came back into her life. So we're talking about moments such as these, and maybe these. How about this one on for size? Or how about this one? These are the things that made you fall in love with him, right? Never mind the fact that he committed mass murder and then confessed it to you. He didn't tell you no lies. He did what he did and he told you what he did. And remember, all you did was say to be angry is to be human. I don't know, are we supposed to think that Padme's turned on by mass murder? This, of course, is all punctuated by the fact that she finishes it off by saying, I think your lives are about to be destroyed anyway. I would guess that George was going for something akin to maybe a deathbed confession here, but it just sounds like pity. It's like, okay, we're gonna die soon anyway, let me make this dude happy one last time. Let's put Padme on hold for just a moment and let's go to Anakin's side of things here. This is Padme Amidala, the girl he has been obsessed with for the majority of his life. He's dumped the contents of his soul onto her. He wants nothing more than to be with her and for her to love him. And now she's told him so. And how does he respond? He argues with her. There's nothing quite like achieving a decade-long goal, getting it, and then trying to refuse it. Brilliant. So now, suddenly, from out of nowhere, and for no logical reason at all, Padme loves Anakin. Now, if this was a comedy, after they survive, she'd be like, oh crap, I done told this guy I love him. So I either gotta tell him I was joking, or I've gotta live out the lie now. And although it technically is a comedy because it's so laughably bad, that's obviously not the direction this took. Nope, she meant every word. She loves him, and nobody understands why. These lines as part of this scene take their place as the most illogical in the Star Wars prequel trilogy, and have earned its place at number 9 in this countdown. Number 8.
The chosen one the boy may be. Nevertheless, grave danger I fear in his training.
Master Yoda, I gave Qui-Gon my word. I will train Anakin. Without the approval of the Council, if I must.
Qui-Gon's defiance I sense in you. Need that you do not.
This is it, right? This is the moment where Yoda began his path to the dark side. Because, after all...
fear is the path to the dark side.
And he just said...
grave danger I fear in his training.
You see, this is what happens when you just write down words in a script that sound cool in a moment, but later on in that same script, you write down something else that completely contradicts the first thing you said. And it's been a while since I've explicitly mentioned this, but this is okay. This is what the draft process is for. If this script actually went through proper drafts, Lucas or somebody else may have noticed, hey, you said fear's a path to the dark side. Shouldn't you not have Yoda fearing stuff? And we also return to the problem that the Jedi are for some reason rejecting Anakin despite his overwhelming force power. Mold it into something good. Have some confidence in your ability to create a good Jedi. Now, we gotta talk about Obi-Wan, because Obi-Wan and Anakin have zero relationship. Imagine if in the original trilogy that Obi-Wan told Luke that Anakin was just some dude and not his pupil. And he gave this wonderful assessment of Anakin, that he was a kind man, a good warrior, and a dear friend. By Obi-Wan telling Yoda that the only reason he's gonna train Anakin is because Qui-Gon told him to, and he gave Qui-Gon his word, that makes Anakin his obligation, which of course is compounded by the fact that in the next two movies, nothing is done to solidify what could have turned into a good friendship. All this does is take away from the tragedy of Anakin's fall. I've mentioned on more than one occasion that the fight between Obi-Wan and Anakin in Revenge of the Sith is the worst fight in all of Star Wars. This scene is a contributing factor to that, because the fight is supposed to be filled with emotion, and it's not. How could there be? Why should there be? Obi-Wan only wants to train Anakin for Qui-Gon. At this point, he don't know jack about Anakin except that he has strong force power. That's it. There is nothing between them. And we gotta pick on Yoda one last time, just like we did in his scene with Count Dooku earlier. He tells Obi-Wan that he senses Qui-Gon defiance in him. Well, what gave it away, Yoda? The fact that he's defying you? Just seems like another one of those things that Lucas likes hearing out of the Jedi's mouths, that they sense stuff. You're making Yoda sound like an idiot because you're putting your words in his mouth. A sound, cohesive writing plan would have eliminated any such contradictions that have taken place between the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy. But clearly, there was nothing sound nor cohesive about any of this. Thus, this scene takes its place as the most contradictive in all the Star Wars prequels, earning its spot at number 8 in this countdown. Number 7.
It's too late. It's...
No.
Obi-Wan. Promise. Promise me you will train the boy.
Yes, Master.
He is the chosen one. He will bring balance. Train him.
While it is this scene that caused all the issues in the number 8 entry on this countdown, this scene has issues all on its own. First of all, it must be said that Liam Neeson is an excellent actor. Of course he is. Any emotional punch this scene might have comes from his abilities. No matter how great he is, nor how great his performance is, said issues could not be overcome. The primary problem is the fact that Qui-Gon Jinn, as a character, was completely unnecessary to this story. In fact, not only would it be no difference if he wasn't in the movie, it would be better if he wasn't in the movie. When you can't get invested into a character, that character's loss has no emotional impact. Not to mention the fact that immediately after Qui-Gon is stabbed by Darth Maul, we cut to the Gungans and Jar Jar Binks. What a tonal shift. Now, as Qui-Gon lies on the ground dying, Obi-Wan comes in and, I guess technically, avenges his death. At the very least, he kinda takes care of the Darth Maul problem, although it may have been better for the Jedi if they captured him instead of killed him. But all that said, Obi-Wan proved himself worthy as a Jedi. He runs to check on his master, who he finds dying. Now, we're to understand that Qui-Gon has been Obi-Wan's master for probably at least 10 years. The movie doesn't specify, but it seems like they have a long-term relationship in that regard. So with his dying words, what does Qui-Gon have to tell Obi-Wan? Nothing. Nothing at all. All he talks about is Anakin. That is cold. This is a kid that you know nothing about, that you've known for a few days, and in your dying breaths, you can't take the moment to say goodbye to Obi-Wan, or to thank him, or anything? Damn. And I guess the Jedi are supposed to purge all their emotions or something, but Obi-Wan is clearly upset by all of this. And, okay, you might argue that he is the younger, less experienced Jedi, and Qui-Gon's the one who would purge his emotions. Well, look at this here. Qui-Gon is clearly being emotional right here. When I saw this for the first time, this is where I thought Qui-Gon would say something to Obi-Wan. But no, he just yammered on about Anakin instead. So you might be thinking that, well, this is a big moment in both of their lives. One of them is about to die, and the other one is losing his mentor. They should get emotional. I agree. The whole setup of the Jedi being emotionless monks has never worked for me. Others may say that, sure, purging emotions should be part of what's being a Jedi, but we can make an exception for this. Well, then why can't we make exceptions for other things, like, let's say, oh, I don't know, Anakin being in love with Padme? Yoda tells Anakin that death is just a part of life, and that we should rejoice in those who have transformed into the Force, in other words, died. So I guess Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon were bad Jedi in this moment, huh? With Qui-Gon Jinn delivering what is in essence the equivalent of a diss track, these pieces of dialogue are the most appalling in the Star Wars prequel trilogy, earning its place at number 7 in the entirety of this countdown. Number 6.
With all due respect, Master, is he not the chosen one? Is he not to destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force?
No, 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 no. Also, no, 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 no. Sorry, not happening. You do not get to change this in the third movie. For 2 straight movies, all you've said is bring balance to the Force. That's it. You didn't have anything in there about destroying the Sith. So I guess it took that much time to realize how bring balance to the Force meant absolutely nothing. Like literally meant nothing, as in had no definition. So you literally just made up this extra part and you're gonna act like it's gonna fit retroactively. It doesn't. And I'll tell you why. When Qui-Gon brought Anakin to the Council in Episode 1, and he claimed he was the chosen one, and then he also claimed that the Sith have returned from a millennium of extinction, the connection should have immediately been made. The Sith have returned, so it would make absolute perfect sense that Anakin is the chosen one. There would be no question about it whatsoever. Imagine this. Imagine somebody created a prophecy however many years ago that if a meteorite hits the moon, that means the Loch Ness Monster is real. Yeah, that's silly, but then again, I'm doing better than George Lucas. So, a meteorite hits the moon, and, all of a sudden people are spotting the Loch Ness Monster, but then they're like, nah, that wasn't the same meteorite that was prophesized. It's probably a different meteorite. Sorry to all you Lucas lovers out there, but that is analogous. That is exactly what's happening in this trilogy. But just for a moment, I'm going to go ahead and concede that everything I just said is wrong, and that Lucas had every right to change, bring balance to the Force, to destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force. So let's address it from this perspective. This is the yin and yang symbol. This represents harmony, balance, light and dark. If you were to bring balance to this thing by eliminating the dark part, it would look like this. So how in the name of everything that anybody might consider holy could eliminating one half of something bring balance? To call the foundation upon which this entire concept was built shaky would be a massive understatement. But even that tiny little bit of foundation crumbles under this statement. And the fact that Lucas expects us to buy it actually makes me kinda mad. If you never put pen to paper or fingertip to keyboard ever again, the world might actually be a better place. This insult and assault to our senses makes this line the most disingenuous in all the Star Wars prequels. It gets slotted in here at number 6, and this spot is truly deserved. Number 5.
Before we die, I want you to know.
Just about sums that up, doesn't it?
Who talks like this, George?
I guess there just isn't too much more to add here. We've already discussed the fact that nobody can understand why Padme loves Anakin. I'm guessing she thinks he's good looking, which, sure, why not? But is that really enough to truly, deeply love somebody? I guess in George Lucas's world, yeah. The romance scenes in Attack of the Clones have been hacked to death, but I truly believe, out of all of them, this one is the cringiest. So for additionally being the cringiest line in all of the Star Wars prequels, we lead off the top 5 at number 5 with this truly deserved line. Number 4.
Our intelligence points to disgruntled spice miners on the moons of Naboo.
I think the Count Dooku is behind it.
He is a political idealist, not a murderer.
You know, milady, Count Dooku was once a Jedi. He couldn't assassinate anyone. It's not in his character.
When these lines were spoken in the movie theater, I actually missed the next few seconds because I was audibly debating with myself over what I'd just heard. Padme is a high-profile senator. She is under threat of assassination. The nature of her high profile stems from the fact that there is a separatist movement now going on within the Republic. The leader of that movement is Count Dooku. He is in line with the Trade Federation. Even if they don't know it for sure, you've got to believe it. The Trade Federation's been behind everything since the beginning. The Trade Federation has clear beef with Padme. So how is it that the idiot Jedi immediately dismissed this as possible? Even without all this evidence, shouldn't you be doing a better job of investigating? If the assassination target thinks that someone might be involved, look into it at least. Or if you're not going to, at least pretend you are. Don't come down on her like that. All of this to say that Dooku is actually a former Jedi. The key word here being former. I can't imagine there are too many former Jedi running around. But you got Coyote Dumbass right here talking down to Padme like she's a child, saying that Dooku's only a political idealist, not a murderer. How do you know that? You haven't seen the dude for probably many years. He is the leader of the Separatists, which by definition is anti-Republic, and you're the Guardians of the Republic. He's kind of on the other side now. And oh, by the way, what's up with the condescending librarian tone? I guess it must be a Jedi trait. So basically this movie's only a few minutes old and I already hate this guy. And I know he's eventually going to die in the next movie. And it's not going to make me sad. And now we have Mace Windu, the crown prince of idiocy, doubling down on the stupidity. He might not be quite as condescending as Ki-Adi-Mundi, but he is equally dismissive of Padme, telling her he was once a Jedi, you know. He couldn't assassinate anybody. It's not in his character. Whatever that means, you don't know him anymore. Look, Qui-Gon's funeral was 10 years earlier. Qui-Gon was apprenticed to Count Dooku. Count Dooku was not at said funeral. He's been gone from the Jedi for at least 10 years. It's around that time that the Sith re-emerged. Do you think that maybe, possibly, perchance, a former Jedi might be involved with the re-emergence of the Sith? Does that make any sense to anybody? Certainly not to these two clowns. And all too often, Yoda's ready to butt in with his old wisdom, and he's just sitting here listening to all this. So he is tacitly agreeing with it all. Dooku is harmless, a housefly. As an audience, we've yet to meet this character, yet we immediately suspect that he's behind it all. But the Three Stooges of the Jedi Council can't be bothered by it. Yeah, Padme, that's right, I agree. That's what my face looks like too. They were condescending down to you, but they were condescending down to the rest of us as well. So for being the most condescending pieces of dialogue in the Star Wars prequel trilogy, this is your number 4 entry, and of course it is rightfully deserved. Number 3.
Commerce skills are preparing for war, there can be no doubt of that.
Count Dooku must have made a treaty with them.
Unfortunately, the debate is not over. The Senate will never approve the use of clones before the Separatists attack.
This is a crisis. The Senate must vote the Chancellor emergency powers. He can then approve the creation of an army.
But what senator would have the courage to propose such a radical amendment?
If only Senator Amidala were here.
We've broken new ground and our cheating levels have now increased. For we have the first and only lines of dialogue that includes 3 different characters. We have also broken new ground in that we have officially broken the stupid scale. Similar to Padme, Bail Organa appears to be a high-profile senator. He actually appears to be in Palpatine's inner circle. His claim is that the Senate will never vote for the use of a clone army. If they're not inclined to vote for a clone army, what possibly could put the idea in anybody's head that they would then turn around and vote the Chancellor supreme powers? Just imagine a scenario in the American government, or any government for that matter, where the president or the prime minister, whoever the head of the government is, wants a certain piece of legislation passed, but the Senate or the Parliament does not want to pass it. So instead, they give that president or prime minister emergency powers to not only get that legislation passed, but also the ability to do whatever they damn well please. So I get that Massa Meta is the right-hand man to Palpatine, and for him to make this suggestion might not be completely out of character for him, but for Bail Organa to just stand there and not immediately laugh at him or tell him he's crazy is asinine to a level I can't fully comprehend. Now, Palpatine expresses that it would take a certain amount of courage to propose this kind of amendment. I shouldn't think so. If he has loyalists out there and they see this as the only way to get it done, all you gotta do is make a proposal. They said it themselves. They have to vote him the emergency powers. So you make the proposal, the vote gets cast, and then wherever it falls, it falls. Of course, as we saw earlier, the proposal was made and just like that, he was bestowed the powers. And as if George Lucas wasn't satisfied with how stupid this has been to this point, Massa Meta then suggests that Padme would be the one to propose that Palpatine receive emergency powers. First off, simply on the practical side of things, this could never fly. They both represent the same planet. That would certainly be a conflict of interest, and should a scenario ever arise in, say, the United States, you can't imagine that a senator from the same state as the president would be the one to suggest that the president receive emergency powers. But that's just a minor note. Oh no. The big thing here is that Padme is the leader of the opposition. She does not want a clone army. She doesn't want any kind of army. She wants a peaceful resolution through diplomacy. Why on earth, of all people, would Padme Amidala, the peacenik, the leader of the opposition, wish to propose that the Supreme Chancellor receive emergency powers so that he can do exactly the opposite of what she wants? This isn't stupid anymore. This is double stupid. This is double stupid times 5. This is double stupid times 5 to the 25th power. Then we have the issue of Jar Jar, who we can only imagine has been working side by side with Padme for the past 10 years. The fact that he's held that job for 10 years would demonstrate that he has at least a base level of competence at this job. If he knows anything about Padme, his colleague, he would never be guilted into making this proposal, nor would he ever make it at all. And if somebody wants to make the argument that Palpatine maybe somehow mind-tricked Jar Jar into doing it, what would be the point of that? There are so many other senators to choose from. Why would he do it so close to home, so to speak? Why would he do it right in front of the Jedi? And hey, if mind tricks were really the way to go, then why even start a war in the first place? Just mind trick people into giving you emergency powers. It's all you want, right? It's the bridge to your becoming the Emperor. So yeah, this entire scene just hurts my brain. It hurts it physically. It hurts it emotionally. It hurts it mentally. It hurts it spiritually. By rights, this should be number 1. It just so happens that there are 2 things worse than this. I can't even believe it, but we're gonna get there. As far as this goes, for being by far the most nonsensical piece of dialogue in the entire Star Wars prequel trilogy, this slots in at entry number 3, and boy is it well deserved. Number 2. You know what? I don't think I can take this anymore. I can't do it. No, I totally understand we've come so far and a turnaround now would be crazy, but oh man, I'm gonna need some inspiration.
Destroy it! Go on! Now! Throw it in the fire! What are you waiting for? Just let it go!
Okay. I'm not Frodo. I'm strong. I can do this. I will take my inspiration from Sam. Okay, I'm good. Let's do it.
Annie, I want to have our baby back home on Naboo. We can go to the lake country where no one will know, where we can be safe. I can go early and fix up the baby's room. I know the perfect spot, right by the gardens.
You're so beautiful.
It's only because I'm so in love.
No. No, it's because I'm so in love with you.
So love has blinded you?
Well, that's not exactly what I meant.
But it's probably true.
You have to admit it, that was extremely difficult to get through. We all deserve a reward of some kind. Well, this was it. This was the magnum opus of the romance dialogue between Anakin and Padme. What truly makes this the worst was that it came after Attack of the Clones, where Lucas was rightfully excoriated for the trash dialogue. So what? Did he think this was better? Did he maybe hear the criticism and come back with this as a response? Did he hear the criticism and figure, screw everybody anyway, I'll just write what I want to write? Or did he maybe think the stuff from Clones was great, and more of the same would also be great? Who knows? I can't quite crawl into Lucas's mind, or would I ever want to. But I bet he thought he just wrote the second greatest love scene in the history of all literature. Second only to the balcony scene from William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Hey, look, this one takes place on a balcony too! Lucas probably thought we would be too dumb to understand it if it was written in Shakespearean language. Well, let's give it our best effort to translate it.
Anna, I want to have our baby back home on Naboo. We can go to the lake country where no one will know, where we can be safe. I can go early and fix up the baby's room. I know the perfect spot, right by the gardens.
You're so beautiful.
It's only because I'm so in love.
No, no, it's because I'm so in love with you.
So love has blinded you?
Well, that's not exactly what I meant.
But it's probably true.
Oh my goodness, I'd be willing to bet that a similar conversation between two real people has never happened, at least not in the last 100 to 400 years. Look, I'm a bit of a hopeless romantic from time to time, I kinda get it, but I would expect a woman to laugh in my face if I ever said this kind of stuff. But not Padme, oh no. She's acting like a 7-year-old with her first crush, talking to the super cute boy in her 2nd grade class. Atta way to write strong women there, George. The scene actually starts out well enough with Anakin looking tenderly upon Padme. This could have actually been a little sweet, had they just kept their mouths shut. But no, we can't be so lucky, and Lucas started putting words in their mouth, and we had to listen to this drivel about this vicious circle they've entered into, culminating in love. When I first endured this scene in the theater, I was legitimately a 50-50 proposition to walk out. There were audible groans from every corner of the theater, and I can't say for sure how many of these were louder than mine. Sadly, I stayed, and while nothing this horrific came across my eyes again, it's not like anything got that much better either. I feel like I'm being kind with my overall assessment of this scene, as I'm only going to reward it as the most ignorant in all of the Star Wars prequel trilogy. And with that, it takes its place at number 2 silver medalist in this countdown. And of course it was well deserved. Number 1.
Master, sir, I heard Yoda talking about midichlorians. I've been wondering, what are midichlorians?
Midichlorians are a microscopic life form that resides within all living cells.
They live inside me.
Inside your cells, yes. And we are symbionts with them.
Symbionts?
Life forms living together for mutual advantage. Without the midichlorians, life could not exist, and we would have no knowledge of the Force. They continually speak to us, telling us the will of the Force. When you learn to quiet your mind, you'll hear them speaking to you.
I don't understand.
With time and training, Annie, you will.
Special thanks to Stone Cold Steve Austin for playing the role of George Lucas, and for Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson for playing the role of all Star Wars fans. I did it. I went from the very first moment of this countdown to just about right now without saying the M word. Not that one. Oh, I've made vague references to it. I have referred to Anakin's strong force power in various terms, but I haven't used the actual word. Now, it must be said. We need to talk about midi-chlorians. This line from Qui-Gon Jinn absolutely broke me. There was so much good that came out of the original trilogy, the good trilogy, but probably nothing was better than the concept of the Force. It was just about perfect. It was a spiritual thing without being a religious thing. It existed as metaphysical, mystical, magnificent, yet relatable and universal. And while it was understood to a degree to be genetic, the idea was that because it existed all around living and unliving things, that anyone with the right approach, understanding, and commitment could have the opportunity to commune with it. But no, it's basically a blood disease that you're born with, not unlike sickle cell or anemia. It's just shocking to me that after the original trilogy gave us this...
The Force is what gives the Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together.
And this...
For my ally is the Force, and a powerful ally it is. Life creates it, makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. You must feel the Force around you. Here, between you, me, the tree, the rock, everywhere. Yes, even between the land and the ship.
Only to see both of those explanations trampled by this.
Midi-chlorians are a microscopic life form that resides within all living cells, and we are symbionts with them. Life forms living together for mutual advantage. Without the midi-chlorians...
So that's it. This is the epitome. Every line in this countdown was terrible, along with a large number of lines that were left out of the countdown. Those in the top 10 were particularly bad and damaging in their own right, but nothing was on the level that this was. There is no special designation for this line. It isn't the most condescending, nor the most ignorant, nor the most disingenuous. It is simply the worst. Not just in this prequel trilogy, but, without exaggeration, maybe the worst in any movie ever. There was literally no other choice for number one, and even though there are volumes more that can be said about it, there is nothing left to say. This broke me, yes, but more importantly, it broke Star Wars. Before we dove into this top 100, we acknowledged some of the good that actually appeared in the Star Wars prequel trilogy. We will do a little bit of that again here and now. For the original trilogy, outside of Alec Guinness and Peter Cushing, Lucas went with more of a no-name cast. Mark Hamill was an unknown. Outside of a famous mother, Carrie Fisher was unknown. Harrison Ford was barely known. And James Earl Jones wasn't near the powerhouse he would become. He went in a different direction for the prequels, bringing in some heavy hitters like Liam Neeson, Ewan McGregor, Natalie Portman, and of course Samuel L. Jackson. He could have easily pulled in a big name to play Palpatine, but he brought Ian McDiarmid back, who originally played Palpatine as the Emperor in Return of the Jedi. This was great. Not only for continuity purposes, but also because McDiarmid was beyond excellent in the role, despite limited screen time. The intent was for Anakin Skywalker to be the lead character in this trilogy, and in terms of execution, that is what happened. But Palpatine was the star of the show, and in many ways it turned into his story, with Anakin as a supporting player. Had that been the proper intent, the trilogy would have had a chance. But none of that takes away from McDiarmid's phenomenal performance. Without him, this would have been a bigger disaster than it wound up being. Another individual that Lucas brought back for this trilogy, who to this point has yet to be mentioned, is the one and only John Williams. Despite some other big names out there, it's rather indisputable that John Williams is the king of movie scores. And for everything he's known for, the original Star Wars trilogy would be the top of his resume. That said, his work on the prequel trilogy may have been even better, an argument that can start and end with one track: Duel of the Fates. This entire presentation took me several weeks to complete, from watching the movies, gathering lines of dialogue, ranking them, then everything that went into producing this video. When I needed a break, or when I just wanted to be away from this particular material, I would often give Duel of the Fates a listen, and then I was right back at it. Williams produced many other excellent pieces as well, including the accompaniments to the Jedi Purge and Anakin's actions in the Jedi Temple. The main difference is that Williams' music was supplemental in the original trilogy, whereas it was necessary to give just about any scene in the prequels a chance to work. Watching the events after Order 66 was issued on mute has no effect on the story. We didn't get to know any of these Jedi. Don't know you. Don't know you. Don't like you at all. Don't know you. Don't know you. You know, when extras die in disaster movies, we aren't emotionally affected by it. And that's what's happening here. Outside of Conehead, these are all extras, without a single line of dialogue throughout 3 movies. Dunno you? Dunno you? Dunno you? Whoops, I'm back to critiquing. That's what these movies will do to you. For all the stat heads out there, let's get a breakdown of how everything fell in this top 100. Starting with The Phantom Menace. There were 29 total entries, which of course made up 29% of all entries. There were 476 total words, making up 23.15%. Its total ranking was 1484. Basically all that was is that every entry's ranking added up. So 2, 3, and 4 would be 9, making up 29.29%, which is just slightly over its total entries. The average ranking of a Phantom Menace entry was 51.17. The lower the worse, the higher the better. There were 16.41 words per entry, and the most quotable character from this movie was Qui-Gon Jinn with 8 separate entries. Now Attack of the Clones. 33 total entries for 882 total words. 42.9% of all words in this countdown came from this movie. Its total ranking was actually slightly lower than its total entry percentage, 1527 for a percentage of 30.27. Its average ranking, 39.93, 26.73 words per entry, and Anakin Skywalker was the most quotable, with 9 separate entries. And now Revenge of the Sith. 38 total entries, 698 total words, 33.95%. A total ranking of 2039, making up 40.38%. Average ranking 42.1. 18.37 words per entry, and we had a tie for most quotable. Man, Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, 11 entries each. In a movie-by-movie comparison, Revenge of the Sith led the way with 38 total entries. Attack of the Clones had 33, The Phantom Menace had 29. But now, looking at total words, Attack of the Clones leads the way with 882. Revenge of the Sith had 698. Phantom Menace, pretty far behind, a little surprising, 476. The average ranking, Attack of the Clones had the highest at 39.93. Revenge of the Sith slightly behind, 42.1. And again, a little surprising, the Phantom Menace kind of way behind, or in this case, I guess way ahead, with 51.17 as an average ranking. Now let's take a look at some character rankings. Now these do not add up to exactly 100. Since I had to cheat and put in some multi-dialogue, there's actually 121 character entries. Leading the way is Anakin Skywalker with 23. Obi-Wan Kenobi comes in next with 20. Padme Amidala has 15. Mace Windu has 13. Yoda has 11. Looking at total words, the top 4 remains the same. Anakin Skywalker gets way ahead here with 481. Obi-Wan Kenobi has 260. Padme Amidala 256. Mace Windu with 202. But cracking the top 5 is Qui-Gon Jinn with 158. The characters with the most words per entry, with a minimum of 2 entries, Jar Jar Binks leads the way with 30, and remember, we didn't include a lot of Jar Jar in this countdown. Anakin Skywalker, 20.91. Palpatine sneaks into this top 5 with 19.5 words per entry. Padme has 17.07. C-3PO exactly 17. As far as words per movie goes, and again, we're doing minimum of 2 entries, Anakin Skywalker per movie spoke 160.33 words of bad dialogue. Qui-Gon Jinn has 158, remember he only appeared in the one movie. Obi-Wan has 86.67, Padme 85.33, and Mace Windu with 67.33. And here is a list of all the characters based on their total entries, words per entry, words per movie. They're ranked here by total words. And you can see there's 28 different characters in these movies that were given bad dialogue to speak. Jar Jar Binks has that little asterisk next to his name for reasons we just explained. We left a lot of his out on purpose. The total body count for the trilogy is 2,056 words, or 685.33 per movie. This is just the top 100. Many bad lines of dialogue were left out. It's amazing to think that in a 4-hour plus video that there's still so much more that can be said about these prequels. But in the interest of wishing to re-engage with the outside world, that's going to have to do it. To those of you who have stuck around this long, I cannot properly express my gratitude. If you happen to agree or disagree with anything in this countdown, that you think I had too much in it, that you think there's stuff I left out, whatever it may be, I would love to hear from you in the comments section below. If you haven't already, please take the time to like and share this video, and to please subscribe to this channel. This was a labor, no question, but even though this was the Star Wars prequel trilogy we were dealing with here, it remained a labor of love. I do love creating content like this, and if this were to gain any traction, I would be thrilled by the opportunity to make some more. That said, I can't imagine ever coming across a topic that would require such a lengthy video. Any future videos would be on the shorter side, especially in comparison to this one. It can't be said enough, so once again, a special acknowledgement to the team over at Red Letter Media, and in particular the Mr. Plinkett Reviews. You are an inspiration and a guiding light in the unequivocal disaster that was the prequel trilogy. Thank you for all you have done for our entertainment over the years. I am Pete Makadas, and it was my absolute pleasure to present this to you. Thank you again, and of course, may the Force be with you.